kill me more than once, leave a trail of tears. We do this often, I think we lost it. I need a break, you're the monster inside my closet, scare me away. Everybody goes through it, we don't ever come out the same. Cause you never change. You my little psycho, kiss me in the night glow. Easy to imagine when you always have your eyes closed. We'll be going crazy if you know what I know. Where did all the happy memories go? On a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. And maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes. Easy to say things you don't mean when you're at war. I'm just too tired to fight, but there's an end in sight. Wave the white flag, I'm yours tonight. Cause my heart can't take these heights. I need your love with me for life. I need your can't keep my head on my shoulders. Feels like I'm losing myself. I still see your shadow on the wall, like I'm living in hell. Touchdown in a new place, trying to escape your poison, and I hate that I miss a mistake. I'm tired of it going toxic, but it just don't feel right letting you go. But you play a game, I can't escape. I'm caught up in the middle. You're running through my head, and all the things we said. I wish I could forget you.
Welcome to today's coverage of the NACE Starleague Spring 2023 tournament in Hearthstone. Today is the last chance to get qualified for the finals coming in April. So now the heat is under all of the players today to prove themselves worthy of a championship title. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer. I am joined by Audrey Norris to call all of the Hearthstone action for you here today. And Audrey, our main wishes from the past broadcast have been answered. The balance changes have come through in flying colors, and our meta is diverse once again.
We have finally stabilized again. There are more than 2 classes with a positive win rate, which means we will get to see a little bit more deck variety today, which I am very excited for, personally, as going up against just Death Knights and Mages was getting very tiresome for a while.
Well, it wasn't just Death Knights and Mages. There was also Shaman. It's the main story that got hit the hardest in the latest balance patches and the current class win rates of the game. We could see a lot more green is up on the field, and apologies to Warrior, but there is a new class that we get to make fun of here in the game. Because Shaman just one nerf to Goldshire Knoll, and that just did it, which, of course, Audrey, means that I think we need to take a moment to pay our respects, of course, to the last, the Evolved Shaman deck that, unfortunately, or I guess unfortunately, or you know what, I guess for most people, fortunately, has gone with one nerf to Knoll. The whole deck went from a 61.7% win rate to, well, now you see what happened.
Non-existent.
But that means our nightmares of a turn 2 11-11 have finally gone by the wayside. Rip in peace, Evolved Shaman. You will not be missed whatsoever.
Oh, we are very happy for that. And luckily, we will be getting to see a lot of other interesting decks that do not do turn 2 11-11s, which I think is a welcome replacement to the Evolve Shaman Chaos that was just getting a Goldshire Knoll off the bat.
Yeah, yeah, I'm so elated. Not only that, but Paladin is also on top of the field, which of course means everything is right in the world in terms of my personal biases. So we should be seeing some very exciting decks. We've got Pure Paladin still running up there as a top meta contender. Imp Warlock still manages to hang around as kind of like an evergreen deck that has always been kind of tier 1 since its introduction in Nathria. And we have completely new classes that have come back in. Demon Hunter is now back in the fray, finally, now that all the decks have just a little bit room to breathe now. So I'm hoping that we see a few Demon Hunter decks, because I've grown to like the class.
We saw one, like, at the very beginning of this Collegiate Challenge, but we haven't seen a lot after that, so I think it'd be fun to see Demon Hunter again.
And here are the 8 players who have one last chance to qualify. And we are going to see it's Tufts Gray, Ashland University, RIT, 2 from RIT, 2 from Northeastern, and then we also have Liberty University and Michigan. So it should be a fun day here today. We'll start out with the Tufts Gray, Ashland University match. We also get to see the lineups. So we have 2 Warlocks. A Rogue has been brought into the mix, who kind of has recovered. What I'm not so thrilled of is this Druid that is in Ashland University, because remember when I said the decks have a little bit more room to breathe now? Well, the unfortunate side effect of that is that we've got a new variant of Druid, Quest Druid, which has come into the mix. And it's basically everything I hate about Druid compacted into just one package.
Yeah, I played against a couple Quest Druids recently. Not fun if you don't know what's happening. Like, I didn't realize that the deck had come back, so I was like, oh, what's this? Oh, that's a quest on a Druid. That's weird. And then I was like, oh, I lost. And so I was like, okay, just wasn't prepared for it. So that could be an interesting thing to see. What I find interesting is that for Tufts Gray, we had a priest that was banned, so might have been dodging something that you are not a fan of there.
Yeah, another thing I'm not a fan of. It turns out there's a lot of things I'm not a fan of in this game, but most likely that was a Shadow Priest, just one of those more kind of aggro decks that's been floating out. Very successful deck, actually, by the way. It's kind of the only, really viable Priest deck at this time, but just kind of relies on a lot of burn damage to take you out. So if you don't have the tools, like, a Druid might be able to get through that, but a Paladin and Warlock, I can see why Ashland might be saying we don't want to deal with that Priest. It's just too many bad matchups for us.
Yeah, and it looks like Death Knight was banned for Ashland University, so we will not be seeing a mirror matchup there. Which, not the worst mirror matchup, though, just because there's like 3 different styles of deck you can see, though typically only 2 are meta right now, if I can think of right now. So, for the most part, we're only most likely going to see Imp Warlocks. That's my bet. If we don't see Imp Warlocks, I'm going to be very confused. I can think of maybe...
Are driven by a single purpose.
There is
retribution.
Which, yeah, I'm not going to talk about that one. Right now, we have Death Knight and Druid, our first matchup that we have here. And oh my goodness. Ashland, you have to start out this day and what I was just talking about. Okay, so let me lay down why I don't like Quest Druid. Quest Druid, it's kind of an offshoot of Ramp Druid, which we've been talking about. We saw a lot of Ramp Druid in the first qualifiers for this tournament. And Ramp Druid traditionally had some options once you got up to, your turn 10s and everything. You got your Denathrius, you had your Alistor, you had a Devourer, you had a good amount of options for win conditions. Quest Druid just took a look at all of that variety and said, nah-uh. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to gain an obscene amount of armor, make sure we get Bran, Alistor, and a Nubricon in our hands. Once we have those 3, we've already got what we need to win the game, because we'll get the double battle cries and just let Alistor take everybody out. And so this is just a stall deck in its purest, most disgusting form.
Yeah, I remember watching that happen because when I was playing against it, I was like, oh, that's 20 armor over 30 health. That's 50 health I gotta get through. I don't have the damage yet. I need a couple turns. And then Brand came out, and then Astalor came out, and I was like, oh, I don't have enough minions to soak up that damage, and that's how I lost the game. So Quest Druid, very dangerous if you let it get started. But luckily, because it's pretty obvious where it's going with the quest icon there, that is something you can try and predict and at least know that you've got to get your turns, get it going fast.
You just got to throw
Death Knight potentially do.
It could potentially do. The problem for it is I don't know if it's just going to have enough damage from hand to burst through, because the Druid doesn't really, those Frostworm's Fury, it's a great card, but that's used to really not only do damage, but, freeze your opponent's board at the same time, and Quest Druid just doesn't care about a board at all. It just cares about trying to draw through its deck as fast as possible to find the 3 combo pieces.
Yep, and gaining armor all the way, making it that much harder to take out.
Now this particular build of Frost Demon Hunter, we're actually seeing is aggro Frost. Just kind of more of a whittled down version of Frost, not so much relying on combos, but using the early board presence you can get off the construct corner, as you see here, to build up a healthy board. Doing a fair amount of damage.
That's some pretty good damage before the Quest Druid has fully been able to ramp up here. He's just 1 mana away from a Nubercon, which would have been able to help him build up.
One of the most annoying combos in the game, this lingering zombie. It just keeps coming back to life, beating the spammy Arcanist. So anything basically 4 health or below is a guaranteed clear with that combo, which for 6 mana isn't outrageous, but it's still annoying as all heck.
Yeah.
That Army of the Dead, Dark Transformation, or Death Strike. Dark Transformation would probably give him the best chance on board.
Yeah, his health is doing fine right
The
now.
citadel stands strong.
On Druid's side is
Destiny calls to you.
Rush is really nice here. He is managing to whittle down University quite a bit already, though.
You're not getting in this way.
Pathmaker to use the other side of that nourish. Draws 2 cards. He draws any of his combo pieces here.
Oh,
This could be
there's
it.
Thrawn.
There's the Nubercon. Still got to draw another nature spell, and he doesn't have enough to get Nubercon to go. So I think the Death Knight might be actually able to break through here.
Yeah, I think the Death Knight still has enough time to be able to break through. Let's see. Yep.
There's Guff, of course. Okay, he's got his combo now. He's got it all.
He just needs the couple turns to set it up here.
He needs 2 turns to set it up. So now the timer's ticking. Got to think if you were the Death Knight, if you can't get it this turn, then you got to be thinking about what you can do for next turn. But I think with that Bone Marrow Warrior, that's probably going to be it. That's been the main card that kind of has come alive, and everyone realizes how good it is. That just does 10 to face, and that will do it. Druid isn't able to get up to his win condition.
A very good win there for Tufts Gray there. If they had not had their card set up the way they did, the Ashland University Druid would have been able to just kind of ramp that up really quick there at the end. But
the most exciting game of rock, paper, scissors I have ever seen here. But now we've gotten that out of the way, so now we get to see the other decks try to flail everything they can against this Quest Druid for the rest of the match. So I am just ecstatic right now at being able to see that. But yeah, good play. Recognized what his win condition was able to draw. I think drawing the Marrow Guard was the right thing at turn 6. If he hadn't done that, you might have relied on Alistor to try to secure that win. But overall, now we move on to something slightly more interesting. Could be either this Warlock or this Rogue, which I am very curious to see. If this is a Thief Rogue, this is the type of deck that always gets me excited, because you never know what's in store.
Thief Rogue can be a lot of fun just because of the randomness. I wouldn't be surprised if the Druid comes back for round 2 just to get it out of the way. So I think that just depending on how it goes, Thief Rogue actually might have a better chance just because of the randomness of it would probably give them the opportunity to get past the ramp druid quicker versus the warlock might have to. It just depends on the warlock's first hand. I feel like either would have a good chance against it. I think it's just what you want to deal with after the druid that's going to be more important here.
We're going to head into round 2 of this matchup. Tufts Gray versus Ashland University. And it's going to be the Paladin versus the Warlock. So we actually might have a battle for board here. I know, shocking, right? And Hearthstone actually battling for the board, but it can happen.
Your
That is
soul
where
shall
we're
be
going to
mine. I will fight with honor.
Okay, this is going to be pure Paladin, you know, is fine. And from the version I'm seeing of Warlock, it looks like we actually have, you know, it's kind of a big Death Rattle Warlock. It kind of relies on trying to cheat out a bunch of these big, scary Death Rattle minions a few turns early. It's kind of like a, kind of reminds me a little bit of Q-Block from the old days. Not necessarily because it copies villain. Well, no, this can copy, but it's just like you're trying to get your power turn around turn 5 or 6 that's going to cheat out a big 8-drop for you that's almost insurmountable. It summons more things should you get past the taunt. It's just a really kind of nasty late-game deck to go up against. So Ashland University is going to have to get up to a quick start. They're going to keep the Bannerman, which is always fine.
It's a good buff card depending on what's in your hand for
the sous
getting
chef.
prep.
Really good here.
It's
He's
a
got
very
it
nice
first.
first hand. Yeah.
He'll get the sous chef, and now the question is going to be, Table Cow draw what he needs to make this happen. He's got to find that 5-drop that discards his minion. Gets a pretty severe 5-3 on the board. As we see here, you know, Righteous Defense could actually be good to have in the back pocket.
Yeah, in case you have to go up against a stronger minion, that's always nice. But Avenge is also not a bad one to have, just in case. Since there's going to be a lot of board clear here.
He has a choice. He could either go for the Bannerman. Yeah, he's going to go for that big, juicy hand buff.
Yeah, that's a really nice hand buff. Ooh, and he got the Leviathan included in that, too.
Tap from the Warlock since this is a late game deck.
No.
So now everything's going to have to pretty much come together for this Paladin in the next few turns. He's starting to reach those danger turns, turns 5, 6, and 7,
Reporting
where
for duty.
the Warlock can start cheating stuff out. So
Reporting
you want
for
to get as
duty.
much
Job
as you
done.
can out
The
this
light
next
dims,
match.
but
He's going to throw everything
fight.
and the Avenge.
The Taunt Divine Shield would be really nice just to give a little bit of buffer for anything on the board. Though it depends on if the Warlock has anything for out of hand right now.
He's going to rely on the Wicked Shipment and then the impending Catastrophe combo just for pure card draw because he is looking for his big minions and the means to cheat them out. Yeah, he's going to start drawing. Yeah, it's even more gets the Goldshire. That just a wide board clear. Secret's gonna pop. It's gonna be the Avenge. No, that's not gonna do much in the face of everything.
Board cleared for Isaac,
The menagerie.
but he does have the Curator now.
Best new cards in the mini set that released. Just draws you a whole bunch. Never feels bad to play the Curator, honestly. You get a big bunch of stats on the board. You're drawing a whole bunch of cards for yourself. This helps keep that resource train.
More bones to gnaw.
Actually, I might have spoke too soon. I thought this was kind of big Death Rattle Hunter, but the more I'm seeing is this actually looks like this is Mind Warlock.
It does look a little bit more like that. Let's
So,
see.
once again, I mean, it's not too different of a win condition. You're trying to get your combo at the very end. It's a combo OTK deck, much like the Quest Druid that we saw at the beginning. And the fact that this Paladin hasn't managed to put really that many resources on board, or at least keep them up on board, is starting to get a bit troubling.
What'll wet your whistle?
And the Paladin continues to
Oh,
have
that's
taunt
huge.
minions.
That is huge.
Ooh.
That's the counter card you need. Aerial making that OTK a lot harder.
Spice over here.
Essentially doubling your health, so now it would have to be 60 damage to face, which might just be too much for this Mindlock to overcome.
Especially with all the taunts on the field, that's just nasty to go through right now.
Yep, that's your big swing turn on the Pure Paladin, 5 and 6. You get your turn where you can just slam those light rays down. Put a huge board on the field that demands a clear from your opponent. Might decide to go for it with one of these explosive sheep. Even then, the most that he can get out of one with his cards is 4 damage to all minions. The Death Rattle Tripper. Might just do that and then maybe a Mortal Coil to finish 1 or 2 off. He's going to put both on the board. Well, he's thinking about it.
Yeah.
Because the other one, he's supposedly trying to, save for his OTK turn.
Oh, he's gonna try and just go for the big.
Gets 2, but ooh, man, I don't like that at all.
He just needs one good AoE, but unfortunately, yeah, that's not. It's still not a good setup with the 3 taunts still there, and they all have such good damage. I mean, that's. I mean, Paladin has the ability to win next turn if he can't take the board away right now.
Ooh, that extra bit of attack from the hero. It's going to help John. Gonna decide to go with with the Alexstrasza, so now that's all the damage from face he could need.
Okay.
Not going to be a complete board here.
We'll get rid of the guys that were going to be a big problem.
Of course, always roll off that. There he's found his rogue. I mean, his mine, excuse me.
Shuffle off.
Mines used to be abused specifically by rogues, so so I just automatically think, oh, rogue whenever I see it. But this is going to be the heartbreaker. Might just force out a concede at this moment, because this means that 35 effectively becomes 70 health.
It's just insane to get through.
Now, there is a way that you can, kind of work around it if he has teched this deck to include some weapon removal. That's always an option. But drawing the Mithril Rod this late in the game isn't that good. You want it down.
Thank you for your
5,
service.
trying to play it on curve. He's going to clear this board and deal damage.
You can really hold your own.
Yep, and with the Alexstrasza, let's use her. 8 damage to face, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, the Warlock's card setup was just not there to actually be able to deal with the Paladin's rows of taunts at the end there.
Which I just can't help feel as if there might be some sort of moral to all of this story, and that both of the annoying OTK decks that just stall until they get their combo have been blown out of the water so far, which I love to see. So we've seen the Death Knight and the Paladin get through, which if this other Warlock from Tufts Gray is also another Mindlock, this is going to be one of the most unhealthy, disgusting matches I could ever see.
Both of them just trying to get their setups like, all right, who's going to get the first mine? Where's it going to start? Yeah, ooh, that could be interesting. But I would hope that the other one is Imp Warlock. I think that would be more interesting to see, just to at least have different decks on the field, even if it's a mirror matchup.
The one thing about Implock, though, is that it is going to be more weak to all the board clears that Mindlock has built into it, because so many of those imps are low health. Unless he can, buff a few up with the Vial Library, everything's going to be in range of those board clears. This next one is going to be the Rogue versus the Quest Druid. So,
oh boy.
Here we go. We'll see what this Rogue can do.
Watch
We're ready to move in.
I must protect the wild.
And this indeed probably looks to be Quest Rogue.
Quest Rogue versus Quest Druid then.
Now see, this is what I like to see. You can just use the Shadow Step and then the Shadow and get 3 Alistors for yourself.
Oh, no, you're right.
But that's probably a bit too slow. By the time all those Alistors are going to detonate, you want to wait till turn 10 for the full effect, and by turn 10, this Druid is most likely gotcha. So it's going to probably need something a bit quicker.
Yep, gonna do some reshuffles there.
And this is a tough situation for this Rogue because, the 2 mana deal 3, discount a spell. It works great for most decks, but like I said before, this particular variant of Druid doesn't care about having a board presence at all. And so this Rogue is just left with a whole bunch of nothing. That's actually kind of maybe the biggest gift that this Druid could have given to the Rogue, is just a body to target. I'm shocked that he put that out.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't start the quest there, but maybe he didn't want to reveal. Well, actually, no. His opponent already knows what the deck is, so it doesn't really matter at this point.
Yeah, he doesn't want to put it down before he has a chance to build up some armor. And the icing on the cake for Questline Druid just at this point is it's a lot like how Quest Demon Hunter was a few balance patches ago. It's just very annoying in the fact that the final reward for the Questline doesn't even matter at all. It's just the small bonuses you get along the way, i.e. the armor.
That's really helpful.
Choose what he wants. He's going to do the Pathmaker for the possible card draw. He's going to need to choose 1 card to get full advantage of it. This actually looks to be a little bit more of kind of maybe a tempo rogue kind of thing, because he's going to be trying to cheat out that 4/4 rush, get 2 concoctions, get the 1 that helps him draw 3. He's actually going to do that and then add a card from another class to his hand. So here's where the adventure starts.
All right. I really like concoctions.
Concoctions are cool.
I wish there was like a little bit more usability for them right now, because I think it would be fun to just have a deck where I'm just messing around with concoctions, but the variableness of them makes it hard. It is fun whenever I was playing a rogue deck and I actually got some though.
Combo card, deal 1 damage, take 1 phase off of that lingering zombie, place his taunt down, and then cheat out the 4/4. Good board position for him. See anything that this Druid has that he can cheat out with. Not at least until that 4/4, but because he hasn't placed his quest down, he can't play quite yet. He's going to go into aquatic form. Dredge and play. Okay, he's going to get that. Seedsman. But see, this is the problem into why he didn't play his quest the first turn, because he threw that zombie out, and now the bonus that he would normally get for getting the attack for to his hero is not going to apply.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice here.
And that's going to...
more concoctions.
I would say at this point you can either try to go and run him down with a full board. He might just be doing that. He's going to prep out that concoction again. And there he goes. Gets a bit of a mana reload and more presence on the board. And it's the same taunt he just played, so...
Not a bad.
Just good stats for the cost all around. Gonna play one of his ramp-enabled cards. Still haven't played the Questline Druid. He's 1 turn away from that Alistor. Gonna put out the Dancer to give himself a coin, which Rogue is always a risky proposition, giving them another coin. Oh my goodness, and he threw his location too.
Oh, and he's gonna use Shadow Step to pull the
to
mailman
play
back.
it and then get it back. Okay. And he wants to pop off this turn. This gives him another coin. So unless this Druid can deal with this huge minion right now from the graveyard, I think this could be game, set, and match.
Ooh, yeah, there's a lot of board presence here for Tufts Gray now.
He's deciding if he wants to save that Shadow Step for any Alistor shenanigans or go for the 9/9 this turn. I'm kind of torn either way.
Choose soon.
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
He's gonna go for it. He's gonna go for all the damage in the world. Drive this up to a 9/9, actually a 10/10 if he plays the coin too. He just throws that coin out to have one extra card, get as many stats as he can. There he goes. And that is gonna force lethal for this next turn. This druid can bring out just a little bit of armor if he does in fact play the quest line.
However,
Yep,
there we go.
There he goes.
Okay.
We'll have just enough to get the 5 armor off of the first phase of the quest line.
Which is really important here.
The trades don't line up too much in his favor.
You can tell he's thinking about it right now. Wants to find the best option.
Time waits for no one.
Damage to that minion. That's probably the best trade that you can do. Value trade that. Helps him gain enough so that he gains 5 armor, puts him out of the range of lethal. Still doesn't quite do anything to deal with this 10/10. He does get a coin for himself, but what he really needs to draw the next turn is a choose one card. The nourish, so you can use the other half of it. Now this rogue is going to push back to lethal again.
Yep.
Face. And
That's an unfortunate.
that's having everything and
You're not
nothing
getting in
at
this
the
way.
same time. He's just
You're
going to
not
play
getting in
those
this
two
way.
to say, hey, I had both of these.
That's where I'm at. Like, this is where we're going so far. All right, Druid not having a lot of luck right now against the Death Knight and Rogue decks. So now the question is if he's going to try it a third time, and this time put the quest out right off the bat.
Which means we could see the Mindlock versus the Quest Druid. And again, it's not as bad as a Mindlock mirror matchup, but it's still going to be
There.
It's still there as an option, and I'm terrified of that prospect. But Tufts Gray sitting at match point. Ashland University has to drive this to a Game 5. So let's just hop into the match. I feel like it's just a point of ripping the Band-Aid off at this
Yep,
point.
let's see.
protect
Oh,
the
and it is going to be Druid
Oh,
versus Warlock.
Okay, get ready for the most.
He replaced the quest?
He's going to toss it. Just try to win maybe on purely tempo, because maybe he doesn't think he can win as fast against this Mindlock.
I feel like the quest is just such nice insurance, though, with the armor.
Yeah, you could argue that. But when it comes to two decks like this facing off, then
It is going to be interesting.
all standard rules go out the window.
All bets are off then. All right.
Which means for the first 5 turns here, we're not going to see too much. But I'm just leaning back. I'm taking a sip of water right now, because just wait.
They're thinking.
Tap that one. Oh, wow, more hero power usage. This is beautiful. Okay, we're gonna have another hero power. He's gonna draw 3 cards, choose one discard. He's got 2 mithril rods right now, so that's like all that he could ask for.
Oh, and then there's our friend Goldshire Knoll. Not as scary as before.
trying to be playing the long game? He's trying to decide whether he wants to keep both rods or not. That's a whole lot of mana deduction if he does. Yeah, he's going to toss them over.
Almost out of time.
Rest in peace once again. Gonna get discarded.
All right, he gets enough to play his first minion. And it's going to be one that just helps him ramp up. And I would say if this Druid can ramp up quick enough, then I'd say the advantage goes over to the Druid, because the Druid has ways to armor up and be able to withstand the Warlock, possibly, although it's still so much damage. I mean, both of them are essentially OTKs.
More bones to gnaw on.
Oh, there's another Goldshire Knoll. He's back again.
Oh, there's the quest that you tossed.
It's like, hey, I'm back. You forgot about me.
It also seems like Guff would be just the type to say, you forgot about me. He's just lost in the park.
He's like, wait, I thought we were doing something.
He's such a nice guy, you know, and it's just, I hate that he has to be, you know, featured in a deck that I hate this much, because I love the character, I just hate this archetype. There goes the Mithril Rod. That's going to signal that we've had a fun time, but in about 3 turns or so, you're going to be in for a world of hurt.
The nice thing is that he does have the Lingering Zombie and the combo with the other card where he can get off 4 damage. So, although...
But the thing is, this is like, again, this is a deck, this is a combo deck that doesn't care about the board one iota. So it's
not having any of it right now. Then he
what
does
he
have a new
Side effects? No.
Yeah, but that's he has to use that in conjunction with the Alistor. And already this Mind Warlock is going to be finding what it needs. Go, he draws 3 more cards, gets the discount on all of his cards. Oh, that's a lot of zeros. Uses the Lingering Zombie, and here's what I don't get about the Lingering Zombie is why you throw that out, especially in that and the match against the Rogue as well, because if anything, it's just enabling their cards that pick off minions.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you would do that just on its own.
Like, is the 1/1 really going to be that much worth in terms of tempo if you don't have an aggro deck that you can potentially buff it to?
I will say, I do love the Lingering Zombie card just because the portrait, like how they progressively lose more limbs, and I just find that really amusing.
There are a lot of fun little touches in cards artwork like that. Now, what he needs to find, he's got 2 cards left he needs to get. He needs to get the Alistor, and he needs to get Guff. And neither of those are it. You look in this Druid deck, there are just so many Searcher cards. The Park Panther would give him a nice answer back on board, but no, like I said, this is all just trying to find the best card. He's going to get a copy of Cold Tooth Mine, play that because he knows the other 5-mana card is Guff. And now he's going to play that, and hopefully for him he can cheat it out, but he's got 1 Innervate, so he can't get all of them. There he is. Excited to go, yeah. Gain a bit of armor for now.
Start to roll, get the quest going. A little extra armor isn't bad.
This is more than a little extra armor. This is a bunch of extra
yeah,
armor.
now. The Feral Rage.
Ugh, it's just, in 1 turn, all your hopes can be dashed when you see that 13 armor gained in 1 turn.
No, Quest Druid ramps up really well with armor.
Now the thing is, this Warlock has to find his main combo card. Try to discount it. Still hasn't found it. There goes the other rod.
So many ones and zeros.
I love this gameplay of both their players drawing
Well
furiously
played.
throughout. Both of their decks just trying to find that one card. You know, it's like this is just like Yu-Gi-Oh! Really. It's just everyone's just drawing their whole deck in one turn to get their I win condition. I mean, we might essentially be playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Now because this Warlock has completely eliminated the concept of mana from the game. So he can just play as many cards as he wants in one turn. All right, are we done with that dog and pony show? We are. We can now go over to the other dog and pony show. But I do think you play Guff here, because he's going to allow you to get the card draw hero power.
Which will help with getting this final combo figured out.
Just needs to find the Alistor at this point, and he's all set. Or the Astalor is how it's pronounced. I always mispronounce that card.
Yep, there's Guff.
How you pronounce it, it kills you. That's all you have to know.
Oh, and he got a dredge.
Dredge, what's he gonna find? I can get the Astalor there. Possibly drawing a Pathmaker. He's just gonna go with the Pounce to, you know, gain even more armor.
That rope's burning again.
Still hasn't drawn Astalor.
You're not getting in
Now this
this way.
Pathfinder isn't doing the other side of a Nourish, it's actually doing the other side of the gain 4 armor, which is going to help in terms of the quest. That's even more armor now.
There we go.
And I guess it is card draw, yeah, on the second reward for the quest line.
Next level.
But still no Astalor.
We have officially reached about the 50 health threshold for this druid, and now we can really see why Quest Druid can be so nasty if it's set up properly.
Yeah, but the thing is, against my block, he's still looking there. He found it. He's
Oh,
got
boy.
it. Now we can see everything and why this was all for naught, because either of these decks can just wipe you out in one turn. I don't think 18 health is quite enough because it's 4 damage. Cards, fix
There
the
it is.
mine, and now we get to see a bunch of things go floaty.
Yep, here we go.
Yep, that's game. Each minion does 8 damage to hero. Boom. Watch all your armor get whittled down.
There we go. Yep.
Keep going. We got more
Yep,
mines
there.
to spare. Yep, there we go. Alrighty.
You know, there is nothing as painful as these types of OTK decks, I feel like, losing to them. Just watching stuff like that. Like, when it goes, like, that much above your health.
I mean, again, let's just see what
We're
the
stuck watching the
negative-
bomb animation.
the
It won't go
negative health
negative
is.
anymore.
I mean, again, this is what I was saying. You know, you can gain armor, sure, but I think that was like minus 80 health.
I think
So
so,
that's
yeah.
like 120 damage in one turn.
Yeah. There's nothing I feel like more painful in Hearthstone than getting hit by one of those decks, just because there's nothing you can really do. And because the animations take so long, you're just stuck there watching as your health is slowly chipped away, as you know you're going to lose, but there's nothing you can do but
Well,
wait.
That's what the concedes button for. You don't
Yeah.
even allow them to get the satisfaction of the animation. It's just once you see that spell be popped, you know, once you
All
see
right, we're done.
we're done here. All right, so now we can see how the bracket is starting to shape up. RIT won their first match against Liberty. Tufts Gray are going to be moving on against Ashland. So our next match will be Michigan versus Northeastern. Hopefully, we won't be seeing as many OTK decks, but the way things are going, we were off to a heck of a start in that first match. I know you were saying the most painful thing in Hearthstone is losing to an OTK deck. The second most painful thing in Hearthstone is casting an OTK deck matchup, because we're just seeing a whole lot of card draw. But either way, that's going to be the first game for today. We'll take a short break and be back with game number 2 right after all of this.
What's funny?
Welcome back to today's coverage of the NACE Starleague Spring 2023 tournament, brought to you in partnership with Boise State Esports. We are now in the third qualifying match for the Hearthstone Spring 2023 season. The last chance for these players so far to make it to the grand finals. Your host Jacob Palmer, joined by Audrey Norris, calling all of the action for you. And we just got through the first match. Now we'll be moving on to the second. We'll see kind of what Michigan has to bring to the forefront. And some of these players we've already seen before who were in the previous qualifiers but are in there for just kind of one last chance at stardom today.
Yeah, no, it is the last time that anyone's going to be able to qualify for the finals, so trying to get in as many games as possible, especially under different conditions with the meta, definitely important and is going to be a big deal going forward, but it'll be interesting to see what types of matchups we'll see going into this, because we saw a couple mirror matchups already, so the question is whether or not we'll continue to see those OTK Warlock decks, or if we're going to get some variety in that.
I can only hope we don't, and we get some stuff that can actually put some big threatening minions on the board. Here's what we're looking at. Well, there's no Druid, so that's great, and the Death Knights have been banned as well, so that leaves us with a Rogue, 2 Mages, and Warlocks, which hopefully these are Imp Warlocks. I can't believe I'm even saying that, but I just hope that we get something that relies on having a board instead of watching a Mindlock mirror match, which we saw basically an OTK combo mirror match last round, and it was very exciting watching each player draw over 15 cards, trying to find that one card that's going to let them win the game. But now let's get to some actual, what I would say more classic Hearthstone gameplay, hopefully, which is Wild Rose for Michigan going up against Northeastern. And as you can see in the class win rates, there are plenty of options to choose from.
Yeah, no, definitely, as we can see, the meta has balanced out. We don't have 2 classes just above 60% anymore, so we've definitely gotten a lot more stable with the meta. What I find really interesting is that Warlocks have a lot of deck play right now, but they're technically above the 50% level, which I do find interesting.
Below.
Yeah, just below it. So I think that's interesting, considering how often we're probably going to be seeing them today.
Well, and also kind of the overall class win rates are just a little bit bogged down by what happens at the bottom of the ladder. You know, just in the bronze and silvers part of the league that can just overall bring down the power level of both these cards. And we can see this is going to be a pure Pally versus what looks to be a Thief Rogue. So I'm excited for this one. This one should prove to be quite interesting. Ready to see what this Pally brings out. I believe we saw a pretty solid curve for Wild Rose to start things out for Michigan. You have just 1 mana, certainly taking all the time in the world to decide what to do with it.
Act now.
Also, you could play the card that you knew you were going to play the whole time. Let's see how it is. Let's see how the...
Just gotta double check.
We got a roper on our hands.
Competitive? No. Never. But let's see. Yep. Thief Rogue already making quick work of some of the lower mana cost cards for Paladin, but he does have a lot of options right now.
Question is, what is he going to put the buff on from the Savior? You could put it on the Light Ray. Knight of the Dead would also bring it up to a 3 mana 7/7.
Which wouldn't be a bad card to have at all.
Thing is that Knight of the Dead really isn't played that much.
Especially because of its Mana Thirst.
Yeah, I mean, its Mana Thirst gives a late game option, but normally the late game options for Pure Pally is going to be trying to rely off the Countess and the legendary minions you get off of that.
Let's see.
Well, he can get rid of the minion with his knives.
Hold on. I'm getting inspiration.
I believe him. He's taking his time to figure that out.
It's the best he can do right now. He has to discover a secret for himself, which half the time means you're going to be discovering either counter spell or objection, but neither of those pop up here. But sometimes it's also just just letting them see that it's a mage secret, that you force the other player to make a few awkward plays to try to play around both of those secrets.
Because you never know what it actually is, which isn't bad. Thief's ability to find a secret is always just very versatile, especially because they're not limited to one class. Snake Trap will give them some stuff to play around.
And he chose to he chose to put the buff on that knight. So if he plays it, he might just be willing to take that 5 damage to get a huge minion on the board, and the Rogue doesn't have anything to deal with that.
Justice!
Yeah, that's a really nasty minion to have up there already. And he could coin into the sous chef if he wanted to just get some extra minions in hand, but might be better to save that.
But yeah, I would probably be saving it maybe for the time, you know, you can maybe coin out Countess and get her out of turn early, because you've already got you got order in the court to set things up. I mean, the one benefit to getting the sous chef out would be, so you get the 2 Silverhand recruits, and you're able to discount the light rays with those. But now this Rogue just drew the most perfect thing to deal with that big minion. Just gets the concoction.
Yeah, that'll be really nice.
Problem is that once he gets the concoction, he's just 1 mana short from using it. But he will be able to deal with it next turn. That's always the case. Next turn, I'll get you.
Yeah, he just has to be careful, but he'll be able to take that 7 damage and get the concoction out to deal with it. I like this alternate thief portrait, well, rogue portrait, just the chef moving the, like, just sharpening the blade, yeah. Oh, gonna get another secret out.
Neither of which is the main secret he's looking for.
He already has a when a minion is attacked, so he can combo that, yeah.
Yep, he's gonna go the Dreadful and deal damage.
Make sure to get the 7/7 out of the way. Though the Paladin does have some stuff to... He has Seal of Blood.
Gonna check to see if that's an ice trap. It isn't. Gonna check now to see if it's a freezing trap. Luckily for him, it isn't, so that's 7 damage to face. At this point, I would play Order in the Court, so he can start getting these light rays set up. He's going to draw the other, and has just enough to play.
Need a bit more spice over here.
Hero power to end this.
Reporting for duty.
Get the light rays discounted as much as possible right now, because those will be really nice in this next couple turns here.
And talking about the next couple of turns, though, this Rogue is going to be ready to put the herd on. Just drawn the Queen Ashara. He can't get rid of the sous chef and the 7/7 in this next turn. Then indeed do that. Problem is for him, he doesn't draw anything off, so he's consistently finding himself in a spot where he's not being able to spend his mana efficiently. It's not necessarily his fault, he just has been gotten caught with some very awkward draws.
Reporting for duty.
And there go those light rays
Reporting
discounted. All of them are going to be able to get cheated out.
It's a really nice setup, especially with the Countess in hand now.
Oh my goodness, that's
jeez.
that is just that's disappointing.
See, Queen Ashara and Tess and Astalor. The Rogue right now has a very nice setup.
Well, yeah,
Just overall, I mean, it's been good, but it's just getting better.
I'm not sure I would necessarily say that because yes, these are cards that are a great setup. The problem is he needs the cards to set up those cards is what I'm saying.
It's true.
He needs to be able to play enough spells to get the Queen of Shore, and there's nothing really for the Tess to copy at this point, save for a few secrets. But if this Paladin wanted to be really risky, he could cheat out Countess this turn. I don't think he wants to spend that much health for that purpose.
That's a lot of health to risk right here. He does have he still has a light ray for taunting, but still not worth it if the Thief manages to pull something off, because he's not going to be fully sure of what's in the Thief's hand right now.
Ooh, taking him down to 10.
My heart is pumping.
Okay. This is all in mentality.
Alright, let's see what he gets. Next turn, I suppose. He'll have just enough to find out.
As it is, this rogue doesn't have damage to hand right now to finish him off. He's 1 mana short of playing the Alistair. No, why would you do that? You're trying to take him out as fast as you can. You don't trade with your taunt minion that would have been traded into anyway. I would have gone for that 5 extra damage to face any day of the week.
Yeah. Interesting choice there.
He's going to play prep. And see this now. Now the Ashara gets popped.
Alright, let's see what he gets. Oh,
Yeah,
the
but,
Ancient?
I mean, it's almost always going to be the Ancient. Ultimately, it's not too big of a thing because the Paladin just has enough board presence anyway.
Yeah, nope, that's enough from board already to take out the Rogue here. But pop a couple legendary.
You know, let's
invocations
just see
anyway.
what would have happened. He would have gotten the Antonitis, which he exists. I guess. Sure, show him off. You know, see that's a nice entrance animation. I've never seen it before, but it's nice. Not because I know the card didn't exist, but because that card hasn't really seen any meta play whatsoever.
And just why not? Let's go to rope with this. Oh, it's
Oh,
Gigafin.
you know what? Yeah, let's just rub salt in the... Okay, I approve of this. Yeah, let's just throw Gigafin down. Equip a 6/3 dagger as well. Just go for that overkill.
Because why not?
All right, the Paladin wins that one. I really think had that Rogue been able to draw just a few better cards earlier on, then we would have been in a situation to see a much more competitive match. Especially, I just think he didn't get any low mana cards to be able to get the Queen of Shara online fast enough. Had he done that, he could have discovered a Colossal sooner, and we could have been in a much different situation.
Yeah, his starting hand didn't have a lot to work with, especially against the Paladin at first. But yeah, so hopefully going forward, we'll have to see it again if they want to be able to win their 3 matches. So we'll have to see what they pick next to go up against Wild Rose's next 2 decks, which are, I believe, Mage and Warlock. Yes. Mage and Warlock are 2 mirror matchups for this set of games here. So the question is, are we going to get a mirror matchup next?
Probably. I mean, there are 2 flavors of Mage right now. It could either be the Aggro Mage or it could be the big Spell Mage. It's one last chance to kind of get that whole Ping Mage package going before it rotates out this year. It's now just around the corner. We're back into the Thief Rogue.
He does have Jackpot this time around. A little bit better setup for some spells.
I mean, I would. Not just a little bit of better setup, it's a much better setup, especially with the Swift Scale Trickster. That's
Whenever you get Jackpot.
That's everything you need, because you got the Jackpot, and now you got the Trickster, which you could coin out on turn 3 to potentially play something huge and disgusting. Standard opening on the Imp Warlock, Flame Imp. Start things off. Oh man, he gets his other Trickster as well.
Ooh. Depending on what Jackpot pulls, that could be really nasty.
Just have to be a turn wait.
What should I order?
See, the thing is, if he spends the coin here, though, is that he's going to have to be waiting until turn 4 to use that Trickster. I don't know if he wants that much of a delay on it.
Oh, he's looking for a Death Rattle minion.
Bell Rattler isn't bad, considering the fact if he waits to play it with all the 1/1 imps that will inevitably be summoned off of Imp Warlock. That's pretty good. All right, I assume Jackpot is the play right now. You could either save it for next turn, though, and just go for the board presence this turn. Either option's fine.
There's Ice Barrier. It's a much better secret to get this time around than the ones he got last match.
He's not getting his Fiendish Circles at all, so a bit disappointing in what he's drawing. Gonna play Flame Imp, another one.
He does have Imp King Raphon, but not the setup that he wants yet for that card.
That is a great draw, the Bone Spike. He can now get rid of one of those imps and discount his Jackpot to 0, so he can be all set up for turn 4 to play the Trickster.
Hold on. I'm getting inspiration.
Let's see. Oh, yep. Gonna use the Bone Spike. And then Jackpot. Let's see what he gets.
Ooh, Convoke the Spirits, I like.
That'll
Depending
be...
on what he get. I mean, the tower is... the tower's the tower. But,
Yeah.
But, I mean, one of those is really, really good.
They're pretty high cost-wise, but still not bad to have whatsoever.
The thing, this Imp Warlock isn't drawing his imps. It's the one thing he needs. Okay, there's the Wicked Shipment, but now he doesn't have the mana to play with it. So...
I like how we get to see Imp Warlock today, but we don't actually get to see many imps going on the
we're
field because of poor draw.
We're just seeing a very sad, lonely Warlock.
He's like, where's all my imp friends? This is an imp deck. They're all hanging out at the bottom having a party right now. They didn't realize they were supposed to be out on the field.
Okay, this is a nice way to play around that 3-2. Now comes the Trickster. I assume you throw this down and use Convoke the Spirits.
There we go.
The mana cheat can always be very... Yep, fill your board.
Oh,
Now
wow.
he just needs a Druid buff card. There's one of them. There's
Oh,
another one of them.
Oh, man.
Draw another card, deal 2 damage. 4 damage to a minion. Oh, it's going to hit the buffed up card. Tragic, but that's still a full board.
That's a really nasty board, especially for this Imp Warlock who has no imps to really
nothing. Still
go
doesn't have
against it.
any imps. He's got the Wicked Shipment, but that's just 2 imps.
Yeah, that's not enough to contest the board right now.
Have to trade that back. He gets the
Murlocula.
Murlocula. But he doesn't get discounted
man.
if you don't have any imps to discount with.
Oh, man. This is a very unfortunate... Just... Do you want the kind of imps, but not actually imps? There you go. That's all you're getting. You want actual imps? Sorry, no fins.
Oh, it's a card that's buffed by the imps, which you have none of.
Oh my goodness, this is so unfortunate right now.
All right, he's gonna discover a Death Rattle minion.
And there's just, and the thief has Thief Rogue has so much to play around with right now.
I would just take the Baron for the card draw alone.
Yep, and not gonna let that stick around for a little bit.
Stand strong.
Get the
Did
card
he
draw.
just miss lethal?
He might have.
He has lethal.
He does.
Just go face and you could end it. You can't miss lethal right here, right now. Come on, Wild Rose, add the numbers
There you
up.
go,
There
there
you
you
go.
go.
You had it. No need to overthink it. You had everything you needed right there.
Which will bring it up 1-1. Getting the Thief Rogue out of the way for Wild Rose.
Normally, I would have given the match to the Imp Warlock. It's
But-
just, but that's if the imps are in the equation, of which there were none. So nice
Yeah.
win for the Thief Rogue. Very nice to get that through on that particular matchup. So now we're 1-1 apiece with 2 decks remaining. The 2 mirrors, the Mages and the Warlocks.
So we'll have to see what type of match we'll be getting next here. If we'll get a mirror matchup with the Imp Warlocks, where hopefully we actually see Imps this time around, or if we see Mages, or one going against the other. I don't know. I kind of dread Mage decks now.
Yeah.
After last time, every time I see them, I'm like, no, I don't want to see more freezes.
Yeah, that's exactly. You took the
Please.
words right out of my mouth.
Please
yeah.
don't do it, Mage.
Let me freeze your board for the 5th time.
And against Imp Warlock, that's just going to be, yep, let's take all the time in the world to figure out the best way to freeze the board, and then we're just sitting here going, how did you do that for the 10th round in a row? Please. We've been here for so long. And then it's always like what I find interesting is there's so much board stall, but it doesn't always like actually end up going in their favor. Like they will board stall, but they just never find their opening.
Matches my power.
It's the one thing that's kind of frustrating about
All
it.
right, there's going to be big spell mage.
All right. And let's see. That's a rough starting hand.
Well, the Reckless Apprentice can clear out all those 1/1s.
Yeah, that one will be nice. The other two are just so high cost as well.
We also get a bit more clarity that this is in particular Curse Imp Warlock. So there's going to be a lot more damage just done directly to face off of those curses. However, Sandwich does kind of have the tools to fight against that with the Evoker and the ability to just gain a lot of armor. Now things start. We know he has one Evoker in his hand. Seeing the next few turns what he was able to get. Here's a much better start for this Imp Lock. Oh, Belinda. Yeah. If he's able to survive to 6, then turn 6, then GG.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting.
Belinda is one of the most polarizing cards. You play her, and you're like over 60% chance you're going to win. Because she does just so much. She places such a huge minion on the board, discounts your highest cost spells. Now we're moving on to turn 3. Problem is no cards, but now he can armor up this next turn.
Look at that, it's a Fiendish Circle.
There are the imps we were looking for this whole time.
We can now see some more Imp Warlock action. What I find funny is that Wild Rose is having the success with Imp Warlock, as Sandwich was the one that was attempting to use that deck last time around. Though he decided to take a little break, and it is paying off somewhat here. Because he's 2 turns away from Belinda. He has a lot of high cost cards right now, though. And he's
general
not
way.
complaining about that one, I'm
Nope,
sure.
he's going to be thankful for that high cost for that.
Getting the 10 cost card there to get 10 armor is really nice, especially with all just the small chip damage on the field right now.
Now this is the most painful turn for this mage. Unless you have another way to gain armor. Might toss the curse. Well, he's going to find a way to get a coin. That's not bad.
He's going to be missing mana pretty much, unless he puts the mailbox out. Or the location, if he feels like that might be helpful. I don't know, though. There's no obvious way to gain armor yet.
The best you can do is freeze one of his minions with the location. Of course, if you want to try to play mind games, you could also place Okami down. Sometimes just the threat of that, you know, he could be just trying to bait all of Wild Rose's minions to trade into it.
Yep, gonna freeze a minion with the location.
Okay, that's not too bad. That's only 3 guaranteed damage. I don't mind that at all.
Yeah, that keeps them around even right now.
It's going to be kind of an even better case scenario if this Warlock just trades right into it. I mean, I'd be saying thank you at this point. I know it's to charge up the Rafam, but the thing is, you got to realize is that he can just coin out Rafam and just force a response out from this mage. The problem for this mage is that he doesn't have anything to play right now. I mean, yes, he'll finally be able to play Belinda, but then he'll be dead.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of counters for Rafan right here. Here we go. And that's a very nasty board to be going up against right now. Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of reliable freezes right now either.
Just had something that could freeze. I would say what I would do is...
I bring the muscle and the magic.
I mean, yes, he does get the Archmage down there. I mean, if he can survive this next turn, maybe he can get by. The problem is like, because this is Curse Warlock, he can just give him Abyssal Curses on top of the damage he's already going to do here. That deal 2 damage to a minion is also really good. That allows him to trade better into it.
Yep, that's still a lot of damage to Sandwich here.
It's not enough to get lethal, but it's going to mean that this has to be the perfect rune of the Archmage.
Yeah, well,
He's going to have to wipe this board, gain a bunch of armor in the process. I mean, these are the moments that Rune is made for, but can it actually work?
yeah, we'll have to see. In the past, it's always been a mixed bag, and that's the problem, just with the randomness involved with the card.
He's going to freeze the 6/6 first, because there are a few mage spells that will just destroy frozen minions. Here we go. Deal 2 damage, that'll go to one of those minions, he'll discover a spell. Can't use it this turn, freeze a minion, if it's already frozen, destroy it. See, that's why he throws it. Problem is, I don't think he wanted to summon those 2 dragons. And that's going to be it. Well, it was a nice try. This mage, you don't have a solid alibi to play. You're not going to be able to freeze the board this turn. The Warlock has got it.
Yeah, there's just not enough freezing potential for Sandwich here. Yeah, and a rather unfortunate setup for him. But that does mean that Wild Rose has won his second game. Warlock is out of the way for him. So now
It's left to possibly a mage mirror.
Yeah, we might see a mage mirror, which will be interesting because it'll probably be big spell mage. Wouldn't be surprised if it's another big spell mage.
Which means we could see a whole lot of true randomness be brought out with Runes of the Archmages being played against each other.
And the back and forth freezing.
Yeah, the back and forth freezing. Oh my goodness, it could be a very long match indeed if that is the case.
We'll have to see here. But we know for a fact that Sandwich is going to be bringing out the mage. So we'll have to see where we go next with it. I wouldn't be surprised if they go back trying the Warlock again against this, if they want to avoid the mirror matchup. But I feel like it might not be the best. I don't know. It's so interesting. Yep. It's going to be an interesting setup.
We're back to the Imp Warlock versus the big Spell Mage. Now, the particular variation that Sandwich is running here is just kind of the base Imp Warlock. And I'm a little bit afraid for him because drawing that Diver and the Sanctum, those are all early game tools for this mage to stall out the board.
Yeah, he does at least this time have a Fiendish Circle in his starting hand. So we will not have a repeat of where are all the imps in this case. And having a Flustered Librarian next to that is not a bad area, like starting hand for him this time around.
The only thing is, though, is that it does buff up that one particular minion, the Librarian, which can be frozen with Sanctum.
That's true.
That's a really good draw there to Dawn Grasp. That's the freeze that we were talking about that he was missing, that the other mage was missing.
I think it's funny that the way that these matches have gone, where we've been talking about this is what this person was missing. Next game, Wild Rose has used the deck and got what we were talking about. So I find that a little unfortunate for Sandwich, but for Wild Rose, that means that the deck is going the way that he wants it to right now, which is really good for him. There is a taunt minion on the field already, which will help deal with the rush here.
He could coin into the Fiendish Circle and the next turn play a no-fin.
That wouldn't be bad.
Because at this point, Wild Rose wouldn't be able to play the Apprentice or anything that could challenge all those imps. We'll play two Librarians, actually.
These books are ruined.
Just get them set up for the Fiendish Circle if I had to guess. One of them is going to get frozen, though.
One of them is going to be able to attack with the circle. He'll go for that. Make it a 5-3. And probably go face with it.
There'll be some nice early damage here for Sandwich. Our favorite, there's Braun, hanging out in the bottom there.
He could try to just freeze this whole board here with Dawn Grasp, which I think would be the play.
Yeah, prevent it from starting to snowball on him here.
But that still doesn't prevent no-fin from being played. And that gives this Warlock a whole bunch of insurance that he's always going to have imps now by his side.
Such choices.
Yeah, freezing this board wouldn't be bad. You can't take out enough minions to really make a huge difference in the board yet. So freezing it would be the best option.
Time is short.
Well, could get rid of the board. That's not bad.
You can't stop this snowstorm.
Well, he doesn't freeze anything.
Interesting.
This allows a great setup for the no-fin. Having to point out no-fin now.
Yep.
So now this board is locked down even more.
Making this librarian really scary if Wild Rose does not take them out.
He can buy himself one turn with Dawn Grasp. If he gets to turn 7, he could play the Brand with the Dawn Grasp, and that would clear a board, but then you'd have all the 2/2s left behind. Oh, do you go? I don't know if you do that. I mean, I think you just hide behind the Death Rattles. That 2/3 isn't the most threatening thing on the board now, so I would have rather just taken the 3 damage to face and then let him do whatever he wants to do. Because now he's given this mage the opportunity to just get a clean board wipe.
Yeah, no.
Such choices.
This could be a lot easier for the mage to be able to pull off here with the freezes.
By my calculations, you.
Then Dawngrass comes out.
Gets rid of 2 minions, freezes the rest. He puts up the Pelican Diver.
Which will be good for getting rid of the Imp Gang boss.
And this is a problem that you wouldn't have had you not popped those Death Rattles to take a 3-on-1 minion trade. All to take out a minion with a whopping 2 attack.
Yeah, with Sandwich at 29 health, that is an interesting choice to make. He wasn't like... It's not like he was at 10 where it was like, if I let this go through, there's a chance that I could just get, like, destroyed next turn. No, like, he's still comfortable.
Yeah, he basically traded in the most inefficient way possible. Got rid of the one
board insurance that he had.
Yeah, the one bit of safety that he did have. Yeah, it's gonna pop the skeletons, summon some more imps. Astalor's a very nice draw. In fact, we could play Bran here.
And Astalor, and that would be really nice.
That would do 4 damage that he could do to a minion, and then get 2 of the phase 2 Astalors ready.
Such choices.
Thinking of the best possible trades.
Such choices.
Might just be taking this the whole length of the rope.
Time is short.
The only thing that does kind of mess up all these trades, he's going to save the Brand for later. Might actually try to do the combo with it and the armor gain.
That wouldn't be a bad idea, because that would be a lot more armor to deal with these imps. Though right now he is at a very comfortable spot just because there's not a lot in Sandwich's hand for him to actually play around with. Yeah, especially with that pull that he just got. He does have a taunt, but not a lot really to mess around with right now.
Taunt isn't horrible, but...
At turn 6, though, having just that and the Grimoire of Sacrifice in your hand isn't the best.
Would have much rather been looking for Rafam so that he could buff everything and try to take this mage out before it can stabilize.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Braun popped here with the Astalor.
Grimoire does clear the whole board for this mage. And we're gonna attack face.
Oh!
Mower Dish is drawn, but I don't think that hero power is anywhere near enough charged up.
And he doesn't really need it right now.
I guess at this point you play the... Oh man, I hate to give up a whole parrot, but I mean, it is still
Such
5-5 on the
choices.
board. So you're able to trade, I suppose. Yeah, Cloud Rose, you know, I understand that play. It's hard to
Yeah.
do because it's normally such huge value you're giving up, but
It's just
have to
kind of something to
yeah.
get there.
you need to take the board control and tempo. Ah, he's gonna get
Oh
bailed out.
no!
Now, the one thing is that Rafam needs to
Ooh.
be infused.
He does have a Fiendish Circle now, though. So he's on his way to being able to infuse Rafan. And he has a Grimoire of Sacrifice to play around with.
Man, this big spell mage needs something, anything. Just any of his big spells right now.
Yeah, I feel like they might want to get that armor if they don't get anything.
You know when we had the problem of the Imp Warlock that didn't have any imps? This is
Now
the big
it's the
spell
spell
mage
mage with
that
no
doesn't
spells.
with no big spells.
Oh, we love when the name of the deck type ends up not looking like what it's actually supposed to be. And now with all those imps on the field, Rafan will get charged up pretty quick. I think the armor play might be...
The only thing that can work.
Yeah, you need the safety net here. Because putting another parrot on the board would be really unfortunate right now. And you have enough to do the next
A
Astalar bit.
conundrum.
I think the best you can do is just, you know, hope for the best with the armor game, because I really don't see another compelling play right now.
You don't have enough for
Such
Mordresh yet.
choices.
You'd have to really start chugging your hero power, but even then, like, unless you get a card that lets you use it more, it's not going to be helpful yet. Yep. Play Astalor next.
Time is short.
Our gift of
He's really thinking about
Yeah,
that
I don't
one.
know why. I mean, yeah, you
I
can
get
technically get 2 coins, I suppose, and still play.
I mean, I get it, but at the same time,
Well, that's another bailout for you. You get the no fins
no!
impossible. So despite
Oh,
your sloppy play in
sandwich.
the first half, you're going to be able to get another second chance.
the no-fins are like, okay, don't mess this up this time. Don't use us as board clear for things that don't need to be used for board clear.
One thing he does have to clear is the brand. That's a given.
Yeah, he doesn't want to let that sit.
Let's see what he gets.
That's, yeah, for the no-fin setup, that's really nice.
Okay. We'll attack with that one face and then use the Grimoire. That'll be brand.
Yep.
A lot better trading position. Now he gets the trades. Charge up with bomb.
Ah. Freezing a target isn't bad, just with a board this size, not what you want.
Yeah, and I
don't think he lives past this.
No, he doesn't.
No, there's too much on the board. He doesn't have anything to use the parrot on. Mordresh isn't
Such
charged.
choices.
Astalor isn't ready either.
Such choices.
This mage is definitely trying to think of any sort of way that he can get out of this predicament, but the Astalors don't do enough damage. He doesn't have the Mortis charged up.
A conundrum.
And even if he was able to clear this whole board, the Rafam is waiting there, ready to refill.
That's right.
He's going to give himself a coin, but maybe just for the added board presence, play one Astalor, but this damage is going to be too spread out.
Yeah. Oh, that hit too much on face there to really be impactful.
Finally.
Oh, and there's Rafam.
Mostly.
And that's enough damage to end the game.
Yep. So, which means we're 2-2 now. And we will not be seeing, most likely, another... Actually, we can't see a mirror matchup now. It has to be Mage versus Warlock the other way.
That is true.
So now we'll see if we get just... I don't know, that'll be interesting. Now we're going to see it in reverse, so... And they were very similar, though I guess it was Curse Imp Warlock for Wild Rose.
Which I think that might be... It actually is the Mage mirror
Oh, it
matchup.
is the
Yeah,
Mage
yeah.
mirror
Sorry, I
matchup.
was trying to work out. I thought
I was, like,
both the
thinking about it,
Warlocks...
I'm like,
yeah,
wait,
yeah.
no, you're right,
Yeah,
yeah.
it is the Mage. So it actually is going to be...
A mirror matchup.
The mirror matchup, which
so-
if we have two runes of the Archmage here, that I'm all for that.
We're gonna get
especially if...
the chaos match that we're about to see.
Especially
most
if
likely.
one of them goes into the Terror Reality, and then we can get some wild cards in the mix. Can we get a puzzle box of Yogg-Saron, please? I want to see that
I feel
card
like
again.
every time we've had a big spell mage, you've asked for the box.
Yes.
I know you want the box.
I
Maybe
do.
one day during this
Maybe
tournament.
one day.
One day during this tournament, you'll finally get box. What I'm concerned about is both of them are going to get solid alibi, and then we're going to be stuck here for a while. That's my concern.
Not only do both of them get solid alibi, they get a nice block too. If we're talking about wild mage spells. Now, one of the ways to win this too is, just try to be the
Then I
mage that
suppose
draws
you
Belinda
may
first.
stay.
That's true.
Barbaric Sorceress.
Having the far watch post in first hand isn't bad either, though, because you can start ramping up the cost on the other person's cards. That is such a nasty one if you don't have the damage to deal with it immediately.
I totally agree. It's probably one of the best cards that you could get in this particular matchup. I mean, it's good in any matchup, that's why it's in the deck, but in this case, in particular for Big Spell Mage, if you're delaying your opponent's spells by a turn,
That's huge.
if they draw Belinda, that's a 7 mana instead of a 6 mana.
And that wrecks a lot of just turn order. It's such a nasty card. I've had multiple matches where I've just been minding my own business, and I'm like, oh, it's Mage. And then they put down one far watch post, and I'm like, okay, that's annoying. I don't have the damage yet to deal with it, but I'll get it in, the next turn. They put down another one.
I know.
And then I'm
Going
like,
up against the wall.
and then I look at my cards, I'm like, well, now I can't play anything. It's too
Now
expensive.
But Belinda has been drawn.
Oh,
Actually tossed the far watch post. So as much as we were
Interesting.
talking it up, wanted to go for the hard mulligan to try to find Belinda first.
And they do have Belinda. And Rune of the Archmage is sitting there too, but we won't be seeing that for a bit.
You can't stop this snowstorm.
I appreciate how they both use the same portrait for their mage.
That is
deck.
true. This is a true
The
mage
truest of
ma-
mirror matchups.
Although one of them had...
Oh, and look at that. Well, you threw yours away, and now you're going to have the problem of your cards costing more. That's not the worst.
It's not too big of a problem because
Astalor
all the
okay.
cards he wanted are already in his opening hand.
And Astalor getting its cost increased isn't necessarily bad, just because he is going to be played in later turns anyway, more often than not.
Choice between the school teacher
No
and the
way he's
evoker.
gonna sink this ship.
Go with the evoker to draw a spell. He gets rune. Okay. Okay.
Oh, that's going to be interesting. All right, both have rune in their hand.
Oh, please.
What
just
could go wrong?
Belinda, do not let this be snowballed instantly. I want this to get to I want this to get to a Rune of the Archmage showdown right here. I want both of them ripping it as much as possible.
Jacob wants the ultimate chaos in this match. Give us the randomness, please.
Such choices.
Thing is if he doesn't use the coin here, it's a completely passed turn.
That's
But I think
rough.
the proposition of saving the Belinda, although the problem is he wouldn't run into that problem. He might overdraw a little bit if he saves.
A conundrum.
He's got 9 cards in his hand. Next turn he'd have 10. He'd draw 2 spells. That would still have his. So he would overdraw exactly 1 card, but when he's got exactly all the spells that he needs right now, I think the overdraw
Time is short.
isn't too bad of a problem.
Just deal a little bit of damage and end turn to prep.
But that's one of those things where that far watch post comes in handy because he would have had something to play the sorcerer's the Reckless Apprentice.
Which wouldn't have been bad because it would have been charging up Mordrish, but now it's just it's a 5 mana cost. Get a coin. Is it on
School teacher. Okay.
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
Not always bad to get an extra spell in your pocket.
Okay, this would have to be the turn. Yeah, you coin Belinda out. Even with the watch post, it's still a decent mana discount. You're putting it 10-10. Actually, that works out even more because it gives you better stats.
Oh my goodness! Another Rune of the Archmage. Well, Gem. Looks like the chaos is starting to
we're about to have a lot of fun
unfold here. 9/7. That's a nice. It's a really nice card, like just spell pull there.
He's going to trade into Belinda, which is, I'm sure, what Wild Rose is wanting in this particular circumstance.
There goes the far watch post, but that's not the worst thing to lose right now.
Man, he's trying to decide if he wants to use the rune now or if he tries to
Such
save
choices.
it for no doubt this Darkfire amulet that's going to be coming out from the other mage. Okay, he's going to use it now.
Oh,
no,
maybe
he's not.
He's thinking about it.
He's playing with my emotions.
Oh, there you go.
we go. Okay.
All right. Let's see. Oh.
Okay, he's going to
Flurry. It's not bad.
free spell. Get 1 damage. Okay. Draw a mech. He doesn't have a mech to draw. This is going to get rid of that taunt. Get something on the board for him.
Oh,
Solid
there
alibi.
it is.
Yep. Okay, now
Begins.
let's get Terreality, please. Okay, everything's gone. Wildfire is
that's
huge.
nice.
That's great for the Mordish.
Job done.
Trade that. Gets a Pelican Diver. Okay.
The thing is that it's not a we know that it's not a counter spell.
But he's
But
not
he
sure.
doesn't know. I mean, it's
Yeah.
a big risk, and he doesn't want to get that big a spell counter. But it's the only thing that could put kind of a threatening board presence up.
He could try playing. Yep,
There
here
you
we
go. He calls his bluff, and it works out. I always like Onyxia.
Onyxia is always nice. The Russian immune is always solid. And then
And you get another one. The Matron, maybe, or
I
maybe
mean,
just
it is
another
a-
Onyxia.
Oh my gosh, the 2 Onyxias. I mean, the matron wouldn't necessarily be bad just because since you are playing a spell-based character, but nope. Why not? Get the 2/8/8 dragons out on the field.
Oh, and we've got this. We've also got another wildfire, so we could have. We have 2 mage hero powers that are now charged up.
Oh.
There's the explosive runes. He has the mana, the armor to deal with it. Okay, you got 2 big minions here. You could either freeze them, or you could just play another Rune of the Archmage.
Yep, there
Here
it
we
is.
go.
All right, round 2.
Hey, that's what he's looking for.
Yeah.
He gets the freeze. And a board clear on top of that. And oh my goodness, 2 skeletons as well. Keep the train rolling.
Oh my goodness. And the Pelican Diver's gonna go up. And he can easily, with his hero power, take out Onyxia next turn if he needs to. Oh, wow.
But now the other player is going to be getting his rune online.
You wish to match wits.
Trying to look for a turn to get his Dawn Grasp activated. And this now has the power of, getting to another amulet.
Oh, there we go.
It's the normal Onyxia. Summons a bunch to the board.
Oh.
You could just freeze everything.
Do it. That wouldn't necessarily be
He
a
could
bad
also
play.
use the spammy Arcanist. That would clear everything.
That's true.
Such choices.
I would probably go with the spammy Arcanist, because then you can save you can just save the base freeze for a time when you know you'll need it.
Just trying to get it a little bit easier to take out. Reckless Apprentice.
He also,
because
that
charging Mortis?
yeah, that would be a good way to charge Mordish. That's also a pretty good option, you know. The more I think about that,
take it out. If he doesn't,
I think
he
he
can take
can
him
take
out.
everything out.
Yeah, just see where this lands. No, he can absolutely take everything out.
Oh no, he's just gonna use spammy.
I don't know. With all that prep, I feel like it would have just been easier to use the Reckless Apprentice.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And then you could charge up Mordrish, which would be really nice. If
Oh, here we go.
happens.
It's another.
You wished a little too hard, and now we're gonna get.
Who knows?
No!
He wants to draw.
Oh no!
Oh, he's gonna
No.
use the.
Are you happy?
Well, you know, this seems like a great play. Sure, you get a full board, but he's got a freeze and another. See, this is why it would have been better for him to just charge up the Mordish.
Yeah, exactly. This is the exact situation that is problematic here. Yep, there's Bran.
A conundrum.
Yeah. Yeah.
There
There's
he
Bran.
is. There he is.
If only Mordrish was online, that board would be gone. Yeah, I think.
Oh, hey, it's Bran again.
Take him.
Do you know that Bran is on the board?
All right, he's going to use the Reckless Apprentice. Now
not
the
bad.
Mordish is going to be charged up.
Let's see. All right. Still not going to get a full board clear, though, out of that. Yep, going to have to use the freeze. That's unfortunate for him there.
Okay, now would probably have to be a time to maybe use the rune. Also, you can, well, no, if I was going to say you can get an honorable kill with the hero power, but if he were to use the hero power, then he wouldn't be able to use the rune.
Yeah, he can taunt here, though.
He's going to try to do a swip swap of spell costs. But the problem is, yeah, how about an even trade? He's just going to go. Okay.
He does have a taunt minion, but
There
Odrish, there he is. Problem is he just doesn't have enough damage now to actually fully take advantage of a clear board.
He's probably afraid that that one spell's a counter spell. That one secret's a counter spell.
That's true.
You can't stop this snowstorm.
At this point, he's going to have to take a risk soon, though. He is getting backed up into a wall here with only 13 health. This is lethal now. Well, yeah, it's lethal, so this is something he's going to have to try and figure out what he's willing to test out here. He could freeze the board and stall. Get another honorable kill. Actually, no.
No, it's
no,
at
is it
4?
4? It's at 4, okay. No honorable kills to be had just yet then.
He is not playing that rune. He's playing like he thinks it's a counter spell. And he's going to freeze for one more turn. He does gain the armor this turn to survive, so.
That'll help. But he does have, I mean, his opponent has another rune, so depending on how he feels. And he's got...
I mean, he's also got his Astrolore play as well.
There's a lot of options right now for Wild Rose.
Brand.
Oh, no. Oh, it's back again.
I think you maybe use the brand to get 2 Astrolores because that's a great way to play around the potential solid alibi.
Yeah, it's a really nice way to dance around that. He has plenty of options right now.
To match wits with me.
All right, what are we gonna get?
All right, just enough to get the honorable kill. His hero power up to 4.
I don't think Brand Astalord would be a bad idea still. Because not only that, but Brand becomes another target. And if they decide to ignore him, then there's a lot you can do with that.
With his hero power even more with the honorable kill. Get 1 Astalore going and a freeze as well. Okay. It's not out of the range for either of these mages. We still have 2 of these runes. Well, he gets the mailbox dancer, so that's finally the way he can check if this is a counter spell or not.
He's going to be very upset when he coins and realizes that it was
And so
fine
he
the
has to-
entire time.
He was fine to play it the entire time. Oh, this is the brand play.
Who knows what secrets will uncover?
Oh, yeah, and the 2 Astalores. Sorta, maybe. I thought we've discussed all the benefits of this plan. There we go.
Yep.
All right, he gets 2 of those. Oh.
You can't stop this snowstorm.
Freeze.
Another honorable kill. These hero powers are getting pretty crazy.
You know, I would love to see the hero powers actually, like, a deck that, like, one day a deck just focused around the hero powers. I think it's a very interesting setup.
There was, before it got nerfed, actually, there was just kind of a vanilla Peen Mage.
That makes sense.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of fun you can have with the mage hero power.
There's another honorable kill, so now that goes up to 6 damage.
Back and forth, back and forth.
Our gift of fire empowers us.
Here comes Astalor. Once again. This secret has been on the board for so long.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it is at this point. Like, it just hasn't been activated. I'm like, what is it again?
I know it's not counterspell.
Yeah, we would have had problems with that earlier.
Our gift of
Okay, there's another Astalor brought back. It's gonna be just one shot. He has to spend his hero power. It's not quite an honorable kill, but there you go. Ooh, that Reckless Apprentice is now a real big threat.
Ooh, that's true.
That would be 6 damage to everything. It's almost kind of becoming a mini Mordesh in and of himself.
And both sides have one too, so depending on how this goes, that's just really just not fun to deal with the Reckless Apprentices right now. Oh, another freeze.
That's right.
Gonna play the
Right.
Mailbox Dancer.
Gonna test the coin. Guess what?
Hey, you were fine the whole time.
You know, it's one of those situations where I wish he had the camera up just so we
Yeah.
could see his reaction when he realizes for about, what, 6 turns, I think now? He's been okay. Oh, Ice Barrier, though.
Yeah, I think Ice Barrier's the best. Best.
Ice Barrier, I feel like would have the best. Oh, another honorable.
All right. Well, that's not quite enough.
Yeah, but just, man,
Oh, but
6
you're gonna. He
damage.
has 2 of these draws,
Oh,
and he's got his
no.
own Reckless Apprentice, so he can just play that and then gain armor again.
This is going great. This is what we were talking about with Big Spell Mage.
There we go. 5 to everything.
Big Spell Mage, the gift that keeps on giving. You just never end the matches. And the best part is there's still 2 Rune of the Archmage just sitting there too. Like, we've seen 4 go off, and there's still 2 left. Oh, jeez.
No waves can sink the ship.
More armor. The coin
Job's
and
done.
Just scoring hero power. I mean, sure,
You
it's
know,
more damage.
that's fair at this point, though.
I don't know what can get you out of this pickle. Instead, you got a rune.
I bet he was wishing he put the ice barrier on
Okay.
that Noggling
Let me
right about
remind
now.
Here we
you
go.
who you're dealing with.
Let's see.
Okay, yeah, that freezes. Okay,
Okay.
there, that's good.
That's better. That's a lot
Freeze
better.
minion if it's already frozen. Now some armor gain would be probably the best.
Not allowed to boost the game.
Where's the armor? Where's the armor?
Oh. Wow.
It's that I think that's game
I
with the
think that is
Astalor
game.
hero power.
Astalor just comes out, and that'll definitely. Ooh, that's unfortunate.
He could play the arcane bolt that he got. I was wondering what the rationale behind all that was.
I feel like the barrier would have been better, just overall. Even like knowing that he has more than enough damage to take him out, it still would have been the better play just in case.
Do 3 whole damage to the face.
Your hero power deals more damage than that at this point.
All right, I would think it has to be. I mean, again, the damage might be spread out just enough so it's not lethal.
Yep, get rid of that first.
And it's an honorable kill again. Oh, I think this is one short.
Yeah.
It's one
Oh
short.
my goodness. One more turn.
Oh, wait, did he actually? Because he got...
Wonderful.
Why didn't he just go... Oh, he could have just gone face with me. Oh, man, are
Oh
you
my
kidding
goodness.
me? Are you
Hey.
actually kidding me? He still won. By 1 health. Can you ask for anything more? GG was close.
What was that?
That was my day being made right there.
I couldn't process what happened there because it just was like, okay, so next turn, 1 health, it's fine. And then I was like, wait, no, what's going on? Oh, never mind. I guess he just loses now.
Which is what's great is that he's made us look like the ultimate fools because that arcane bolt was actually the damage he needed to get lethal.
Oh, he was 5 steps ahead of us. We just didn't realize
It was big brain play. He knew a lot that we didn't know. Oh, wow. Well, I
that's
think
funny.
that sets up the semifinals for us. I don't know if we can take a look at the bracket before we go to break and just see what the 2 matches we have set up are going to be. Obviously, one from Northeastern moves on. They're going to end. There's 2 from RIT. I mean, this is kind of the 3 biggest universities that we've seen in the Hearthstone Collegiate Challenge. Tufts, Gray, and RIT and Northeastern have, all been the universities that kind of send multiple people to win. So it's paying off. So we'll have Tufts Gray versus RIT after this break. You're not going to want to go away. We'll be back with more wackiness after this. Welcome back to today's coverage of the NACE Starleague Hearthstone Collegiate Challenge. We are now ready to get into the semifinal matches. For 2 more players, it's going to be a journey home. And for the other 2, they'll make it to the finals and a chance to secure their spot in the finals happening just 1 month from now. Should be in April. Very exciting. Less than a month, actually. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer, joined by Audrey Norris. We're here to call all of the action for you. And we had probably the closest mage matchup that we've seen of all time. One that Sandwich, a lot of people think he probably shouldn't have won, but he still won.
You know what? That's just, I guess, the way that it's going to play out today. And that was really interesting, I will say. Like I said, at the end of that match, I didn't fully process that he won because I was just expecting him to lose automatically. So when I watched the other person's health tick down, I was like, wait, no. Oh, and then I was like, never mind. I guess Sandwich is the winner with 1 health. That's really impressive without getting an alibi, too, off of any of his Rune of the Archmages. Like,
but I
no
think
stall.
We saw 4 runes there during that game as well, which was fun for me.
We loved the randomness of that match. I thought it was a lot of fun.
Now, speaking of randomness, we have 2 rogues, so 2 more thief rogues probably.
And 1 more mage. And we have a priest this time, too.
Now, this might be the time that we see the full fury of what a priest can do, especially because of all the death rattles. There was so much burn damage in that deck that if you don't have a way to armor up, I'm specifically looking at the Warlock and Rogue from Table Cal, then this could be a very painful matchup. This priest has what I would consider probably 2 favorable matchups. We'll just have to see how it all shakes out and what they actually choose to play. Heading into the first semifinal of the night, it's going to be Warlock versus Rogue.
This will be an interesting matchup. Oh, I see mines.
Oh, I forgot this was
yeah, so we've got, looks like Mine Warlock versus...
Mine Warlock versus what looks to be Death Rattle Rogue. And I have not seen a Death Rattle Rogue in many a moon. This is an off-meta choice, but I'll root for anything. Literally anything that's going to beat a Mine Rogue. Please, just don't let the Mine Rogue win.
Don't let
the Mine Lock win. Excuse me.
Yep, don't let him do it to you. We saw how painful that can look in one of our earlier matches. Don't let that happen again.
Oh, Death Rattles trigger twice.
All right, here we are. I appreciate that he just has Neptulon in his first hand, just sitting there menacingly. He's like, yeah, I'll come out eventually. Don't mind me. You just get to stare at me for the next, 10 turns unless you discount me.
Oh, this is huge. Death Rattles trigger twice. So that's going to be an... Oh, my God. That's a lot of mana cheat.
Goldshire Knoll already discounted, though, over there, too.
Eventually makes it kind of a free minion. He could also play the masked dancer down and use his own serrated bone
on it.
Yeah, and be able to pop it. And remember, Death Rattles trigger twice, so that's
true.
2 minions on the board.
Yeah, 2 for the price of 1 would not be
a delightful party.
Oh no, that's not enough to.
Now it is.
Oh, now it is.
Yeah, because it's a rush minion. There we go.
There.
And now there's 2.
Well, okay. Maybe that's not quite what he wanted, but I mean, still, this is, even without the Death Rattles triggering, this is a lot on the board.
Yeah, compared to the 1/1 imps over there, that's pretty nasty already to have that built up, which is good against a Warlock. Let's see. Warlock doesn't have a ton to play around with. I mean, Knoll is still there. He could draw a card and combo it with something, but actually I don't think he has enough space to really draw a card comfortably. No, he does. He can play one. He'd have to play a couple if he doesn't want to start losing cards, though.
So many
In
possibilities.
the normal practice of just clearing the board consistently for an OTK deck like this becomes a lot less attractive a proposition when you have all these death rattle minions from the rogue.
Which is probably why he picked Death Rattle Rogue right now. With all the OTKs running rampant, like there's a couple left that are still really frustrating. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was the thought process.
Bones to gnaw on.
Right, there goes one death rattle. Oh,
Going for the big boy. Okay.
okay, but that just
that's a
summons
taunt.
an even bigger boy.
Yeah. I feel like that. Yeah, at least it wasn't during the it will go twice turn. That would have been very unfortunate for
That
him.
would have been very unfortunate.
Congrats, 2 5/8 taunts.
Monsters beneath you.
Okay, there is so much opportunity right now.
Ooh, yeah. Get rid of that.
Combo will draw him a card, go face with everything.
That's some really good damage already.
Ugh, but without the mine, I mean this. Oh no! I mean he has to clear this board. I get that, but at the same time,
Yikes.
this is gonna rock a lot of death rattles. A lot of discounts going.
Alright, let's see.
A lot more 5/8 with
Oh
taunts.
no, and they're all and it's a 1 mana cost now. Ooh, that's nasty.
Okay, he draws.
What a delightful
Gonna be able to draw
party.
spells with that.
The demon seed grows in power. The demon seed
It's
grows
another
in
one.
power.
And they're already buffed up to 4/4.
What
That's
a-
the thing, that minion is
yeah.
normally 1/1. Now they can just be a decent threat in and of themselves.
What I love about that is he clears it, right? Gets the taunt, clears the taunt, then suddenly 2 more of them are summoned. So it's like, yeah, you did clear my board. Congrats. Watch out, this next board's going to be worse. And that's rough. He does have the Mithril Rod now, though, to start discounting stuff.
So many possibilities.
That's what I'm worried about. If this rogue doesn't find a way to just go face, he's 7 off.
Yeah, he needs a bit more.
One thing I bet he was wishing is
So
just this
many
Neptulon that wasn't in his opening hand, because
Uh-huh.
if it was in his deck, then
Some
he would have been
discounting,
able,
yeah.
the masked dancer would have been able to just summon it.
But unfortunately, it's like I said before, it's just sitting there menacingly. Just it's like, you know, in case you get to 10, I'm here. But
In case you get to 10, I'm here.
But
I'll be your whole turn,
it's
but
like,
I'll
don't
be
worry,
here.
I'm here. But unfortunately for Epic Mingo, he can't really let that go to round 10.
Oh, he's going to tap. That gets him closer to lethal.
That's good for RIT right now.
He's going to be trading. Oh, he gets the
Oh.
death rattle twice again.
Oh dear. That'll be fun. Yep.
He's going to use the hat. Crabito is a great draw. The Warlock, that Warlock needs to draw a mine. Draw it now.
Ooh.
Haven't heard of me? You will.
He's going to get 2 impending catastrophes. Try to draw.
He's looking for it.
He doesn't get it. Brain Soul is going to get him a bit more health. And he just has to bite the bullet. Just going to summon 2 minions. Here we go.
Oh, oh no! No! Oh, that's so unfortunate. I mean, he was already going to lose because he didn't get the card he needed, but that's just rubbing salt into the wound by his own hand.
Trust me.
Oh.
He's gonna use the Mistress Mixers
Just to
to try to. He's trying to do everything he can without actually popping these death rattles.
Gosh.
He's gotten back up to 17 health, which is
Oh, man.
cool,
And
but
then
yeah,
Krakatoa.
crab. Yeah.
Just in case there wasn't enough on the board, there's also a crab now.
And he's got the Wicked Staff, which is the final bit of damage that he needs.
Oh, man. Wow. That's just... Wow, that poor... that's so unfortunate, too. Just...
I don't think it's unfortunate
just
at
think
all. I'm thrilled to see
I mean, it
that.
was funny, but just for Table Cow, I'm sure he was thinking, he's like, okay, let's just hope it's like not a super bad death rattle. Suddenly, it's like the worst one that he could have dealt with, which is if you kill any of these, there's a taunt, and now you are stopped from doing any damage from the board.
I gotta say, that's a next level read in terms of a loadout, bringing the Death Rattle Rogue to the table, because so much of what a Mind Warlock or a Quest Druid wants to do is just clear board, clear board, clear board, but the Death Rattle Rogue says, no, you're going to be putting even more pain now if you clear.
You clear my board, you just make things worse for yourself. And that's and that's unfortunate. And all he has to do is just keep attacking face and clearing, and he can clear board safely. Like if he wants to get rid of the enemies on the other side, no problem for him. Just means his board gets scarier each time.
The one thing I have to ask, though, is the Death Rattle Rogue the only off-meta pick that he's gone, or is he going to surprise us some more with his lineup?
That would be really interesting, and I am more than willing to see some more off-meta decks. That would be really fun, especially because if I remember correctly, I think he might have had a mage. I can't confirm that because I don't remember specifically. I think he does have a mage.
Indeed.
So maybe it won't be big spell mage. Maybe not. I kind of doubt that since it's been just so prevalent. Oh, wait. That's Arcane.
That's Aggro Mage.
Yeah, that's Aggro Mage. Interesting. Okay.
Okay, even better for if you just want to mow down this Mind Warlock.
This poor Mind Warlock is just trying to get through, and it's just
Also-
like, nope. Sorry. Ooh. And an Iron Deep Trug right off the bat. It's not bad against Warlock.
Oh, gets the Frozen Touch.
If you thought we were done with freezing, unfortunately, no. Aggro Mage also loves their freeze cards. Just loves to deal a ton of damage while doing it. It's a really nice starting card there.
Yeah, but he does... Lucky for him, he has what he needs to answer it, but he's going to just tap for now. Discover a spell. What do you get? What catches your eye? Remember, it does get discounted by 1. Oh, Flipper Friends, okay. I suppose. You could just summon a big orca with that.
Oh.
Job done.
That's one of the cards he needs.
And
It's the
he's got the Mithril Rod too. which I'm very very unenthused by seeing.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Now he just needs to find the mine, which means we're going to see a lot of card drawing in this next couple turns with him.
Oh, he's going to play the Flipper Friends. Big Orca. With the 2 Arcane Bolts and 2 Frozen Touches, that's 8 damage from hand.
Yeah, and if he gets the chance to infuse them, that's gonna go up quite a bit.
Another life tap.
Side effects? No.
Throw the mistress out.
Trust me.
Yeah, possibility for another Iron Deep Trogon Arc Splitter here, or you could just freeze the Mistress of Mixtures. Get yourself even more of a board. Set the face.
Is mine.
Yep.
At the same time, though, I don't think it's that big of a hindrance having the Mistress frozen, because you can just still use it on the sacrifice. And
More bones to gnaw on.
Yeah, looks like he's gonna. Yep. Do that. Get the minions lower off the board. Still not finding the cards he wants, though.
Frozen touches are infused, so he can use those and get more copies. One Arc Splitter.
Tusk won't stop.
Oh, yep.
Shattering.
Sorceress, and here we go. 17 health now. Can do 9 from hand.
Oh, impending catastrophe.
So many possibilities.
One problem for him is playing the Mithril Rod that basically takes up almost all of his mana. So it leaves him open to a lot of damage this next turn. Should this mage draw the right card also? I'm going to do Cold Case. That's more of a defensive card, but at this point, it's not bad because it's a good way to load up on minions again so the Frozen Touches can get infused again. No,
That's
this is
just a lot
forcing
of damage,
lethal.
though, yeah.
He's going to freeze one of his own minions just to put another skeleton out. Make a board clear that much more unpalatable.
Yeah, this is a lethal problem right now. Not the time that you wanted, unfortunately.
He's got to choose one of the ones he drew discard. He just doesn't have enough to play Tamsin.
Well, and Tamsin dealing 3 damage to all minions just makes all of those death rattles activate. And that's not really great for him.
It's the only way for him to gain armor right now, but
That armor is just going to get shredded by the skeletons, though.
Almost out of time.
So it's whether or not the board clear would be worth it.
right, he's going to try to cut his way through it. Oh, does he even have enough time to make his play? Oh!
No, unfortunately not.
Okay, Mindlock struggling even more. As we said, the aggro mage, I was, can just do so much damage from hand. I was assuming that it would be able to just kind of go under the Mindlock and be able to take him out before the combo was pulled off, and that was indeed the case.
Yeah, especially because the 2 frozen touches, like starting in the hand, like so early on, is just such a good way for mage, like aggro mage, to just continuously get their damage. Once they infuse it, they can guarantee that they're going to get a good chunk of damage out of hand. So once I saw those, I was like, ooh, that's going to be really nasty unless they can gain armor. But once the death rattles were on the field, that was not good for Table Cow to have to try and maneuver around.
So RIT now has just 1 Warlock left. If it is a Imp Warlock, I think it's more easy for Tufts Gray to deal with it. But if it's a Curse Imp Warlock,
Different story.
then it can do more damage from all those curses. I mean, we could be looking at Epic Mango with a complete sweep here. We don't often see that.
No,
in
normally
Hearthstone,
not.
'cause
But we'll
normally-
have to see. Question is, these have all been like slightly different picks than majority of what people have been picking in like as of recent. So it'll be interesting to see what this Warlock is. I wouldn't be surprised if it was one variant of Imp Warlock. If it was Mind Warlock, that would be interesting. But
Too much.
too much? Too much, maybe.
Too
We'll have to
many.
see.
Too much.
But it looks like, oh, we're going to be swapping over from Warlock to Thief, though. Looks like.
Might be Thief, or I think it's it's actually the Miracle.
It is?
Yeah.
It's Miracle Rogue? Interesting. And it looks like that's a, I didn't get the color of the hand, but that is a Imp Warlock so far.
Form of one.
Yeah,
But we don't know which kind.
We haven't seen something to confirm just yet.
Symptoms will be severe.
Concoctions.
Not too bad if there's a huge minion. Tap.
Oh, more concoctions.
Discovers two. This one will pair up with the first. Okay, he'll go with yellow and red. That'll be his turn.
It's nice to see a bit more variety in the rogue decks now. It's been a little bit since I've seen more than just like Thief Rogue specifically.
Well, he'll trade out the Wicked Shipment, but I thought that he got that in his opening mulligan, so. Oh no, this is.
Ooh.
It is a Mind Warlock, so we could have the possibility of a Mind Lock mirror.
Oh no!
That would be so stupid. That would just be so stupid.
More bones to gnaw on.
Let's see, Goldshire Knoll going out. I appreciate how, like, it was a staple of Evolve Shaman, and now Warlock is just using it.
Mind Warlock.
Yeah,
of all.
specifically, yeah. More concoctions? Dang.
Okay, he'll get a Hazy to go with that one.
And they're discounted, which is nice too.
Even so, them being discounted, it's not going to be the play that he wants to go for quite yet. Trying to set up that big weapon.
Oh, and there's a mine. Just a little warning to Table Cow that what he was trying to do earlier, Epic Mingo is now trying to do to him.
All right, one coin to start things out. Oh man, there's two Shadows of Demise. Oh no. He could play a whole lot this turn. The problem is that 5 mana of that 5 mana minion is really gonna make this combo potential a lot more difficult. Oh, but it's a 0 mana card, so he can just make the combo happen.
Oh, wow.
He's just gonna use all of them. There you go, and get a 7/3 dagger. But I think this Warlock still can survive. It's still got a lot of ways to heal up, especially with that Mistress of Mixtures.
He has some armor gain too.
Oh, he
and
finds
he's got
the Mithril.
Oh boy.
Side effects? No. Trust me.
He's gonna pop that himself. More health. Nice way to heal back up. Summon a whole lot of imps. Well, I guess you could just throw out the Putricide and just try to see what you get off of all the imps. Okay, that's one. You'll get a red off of it. It's not bad. He can draw 2 cards off.
Our gift of the arcane enlightens us.
He'll do 2 there. He's got 2 shadow steps, so he can play a lot of these.
Our gift of the arcane enlightens us.
He draws draw 1 combo. There's another.
Watch out.
Oh, and he drew the graveyard. He doesn't have enough mana for it, however.
Oh. One more time.
Our gift of the arcane enlightens us.
If you weren't tired of Astalor yet, here you go. We've got 5 in hand. And they're the ones that make armor, so that's a lot of fun for Epic Mingo here.
I'm gonna trade in one of the Putricide that gives another concoction over. It does put it in the Tamsin. And as we've seen, it doesn't matter how much armor this rogue gains, because the OTK is an OTK. Do 100+ damage with all those mines.
Yes, you just have to. The goal of the rogue right now is just to get his setup faster than Epic Mingo's. We'll have to see how that goes, though.
He is throwing down the Astalor. It only is going to be the body available. He can do 7 damage next turn. It's a question here of how well can Epic Mingo play this in terms of restoring
More
health.
bones to gnaw on.
And preventing damage. Yeah, this is going to be interesting.
Okay, he gets the healing off that.
Gonna get the Mithril Rod.
That's it. Well, it's enough to survive in case of just one Astalor.
I wonder.
And I really don't know. Because, yes, you would theoretically have damage next turn. Let's give you another turn over the Warlock.
Yeah, he doesn't have a ton of options right now, but
He's going to draw all the cards he could possibly want off of the combo. Now he's got to choose one to discard. None of this is healing quite yet.
Gets rid of the 3-card draw.
Now he can play another impending.
Thank you for your service.
He'll play one Grimoire. Yes, for all those cards. Time is ticking, however.
Oh,
The animations on these spell rips aren't exactly helping. Oh, does he have enough to get... Oh, man, he's drawn everything he needs.
oh, they're all
Can he play
there.
it? This is APM. How much actions can you do?
Oh boy, he's trying.
I think he's got it.
I think so too. Oh, yep, there he
Ah,
goes.
he did. Just under the wire.
Ooh, that was close. And now we get to watch as this poor rogue blown to pieces. At least this time it wasn't the like going overkill in this case, but that does mean the rogue unfortunately lost to the mind lock, which finally got
Who got the combo he was looking for all match.
Yeah,
So
it took him a while. That
ultimate
was
twist
close.
of irony. And it would have been ultimately ironic if he would have been timed out from his turn just based on the fell riffs that he himself summoned.
Yep, that would have sucked, but he did get it, which, man. What I find funny is we had a lot of mind lock play before that where they just couldn't actually get it, so
Yeah.
it was just like trial and error for both players going which one's going to get it first, and so it ended up going in the favor of Mingo that time around.
Well, that's one semifinal in the books. We know RIT is going to be moving on, but there's another player from RIT as well. So we could have an all RIT final. But we're just going to have to find out if that is the case. We're going to take a break and be back with the other semifinal. So you're not going to want to go away.
Your soul shall be mine!
Falling away as I'm searching for the break of a day to follow away to you. 'Cause at the end of the day, I ain't looking for no reason to
Welcome back to the Hearthstone Spring 2023 Collegiate Challenge, brought to you by NACE Esports. We are currently in the semifinals of the third and final qualifier of the spring season. It's going to be a matchup of RIT versus Northwestern. One of RIT has already made it through to the finals, Northeastern, excuse me. And it could be an all RIT final, which we've been flirting with a lot during a lot of these qualifiers, because there's been so many where like it's been 3 players from one university, 4 players from one university, but it hasn't happened.
Yeah, like Tufts Gray. I think Tufts got really close to it one time. I think that Michigan did it one time as well. So yeah, there's a lot of like overlap in these, which is interesting to me because I don't know. Before we started doing this, it's interesting to see how like both diverse this place like Hearthstone could be as a like competitive like college field, but also like how many people from the same college will get into it.
Sure.
So you know which colleges really like Hearthstone.
Yeah.
Like Michigan, I think we've only seen Wild Rose from Michigan, but we've seen a lot of RIT and Tufts and Northeastern.
And now we're going to see some more of RIT and Northeastern in the second semifinal. Determines who moves on to the grand final of today. And we also get a chance to see the lineups that both of these players have decided to bring to the table, what the picks and bans are going to be. And for RIT, it looks like they're going to be bringing in the Druid, Warlock, and Mage with the Death Knight band. And then for Northeastern, they're bringing a Warlock, Mage, and Death Knight with the Paladin band. So that overall makes sense. I mean, Paladin is a very strong deck, but also has to deal with the Death Knight now, which is one of the... I think we've only seen Death Knight one time before here today.
Yeah, we saw one Death Knight, and that was the variation of Frost, if I remember correctly. So it'll be interesting to see which one they pick for this one. Death Knight's a little bit more varied from when we like first saw it launch, when it was just Frost. Now, some of the other ones are mixing in a little bit more. I started using Unholy a bit more, and that was actually starting to get better, but Frost has definitely started to get a bit stronger again, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's a Frost-based deck. The Druid, I don't remember if we've seen this Druid, or if this is a different Druid. Is this the Quest Druid, or is this someone else? Like, or have we confirmed what this Druid is yet?
Yeah, I think this is the Quest Druid, unfortunately.
So we know it's going to be Quest, most likely, then. That'll be fun to see once again.
Yeah, it just gives me enough reason to, you know...
Are driven by a single purpose.
Right off the bat.
Retribution.
Here we go. We're going to do Death Knight versus Warlock. Let's get to the action and see how things turn out.
The Lich King.
All will serve me.
It's going to be a Curse Imp Warlock
Your soul
versus
shall
what
be
is
mine.
most likely...
Frost of some variation, if I had to guess. This is Sandwich's deck, and if I remember correctly, it was a Frost Death Knight.
So we also know that it is
And close enough.
an aggro mage that he's bringing to the table.
The Fawn. That's not bad to get in this hand with some imps already on the board, but doesn't have a lot of good, like, flow up until... Yeah, he doesn't have a ton he can do until turn... He can do turn 2, and then coin the Mischievous Imp if he wants. That's not too bad. Oh, I see a foul egg. Which means there's probably a location somewhere
It probably
in there.
is. One leads to the other. It's not as big of a threat as it used to be because, you know, location has been nerfed to 4 mana, which it needed to be.
Yeah, it definitely improved the balance of the location. But I do love that the foul egg really has no purpose besides the location at that point, just to make it more useful when your death rattle activates. But you can always tell what's coming next when the egg is just chilling in someone's hand right there. Going to
Coin. Yep, the cultists give him his first curse. Problem is, by coining into that, there really is no other play that he can make for turn 3, so his mana curve is a bit off.
almost out of time.
Think about what he wants to trade in.
Get rid of the 3/2, though it will give a frost spell. Ooh. Frostworm's Fury, it's always a good one to have, though we're quite a few mana away from it being useful.
That's a question of... He's still got the buff up on the field, so he can use that to just make the egg something that he can actually trade into. Trade with, excuse me.
Reach for the skies!
He's going to just charge up the minion off his hero power, however. And that in and of itself is going to be his turn.
Okay, he can tap now and put the Flame Imp out.
Job done.
Now, from here on out, the rest of his plays are looking pretty strong. He's going to be able to summon all of those imps. The egg gets a little bit of attack. Down the infused imp.
That's going to be really nice for Rafan, who's getting close to being infused now.
The more you struggle, the better.
Throws down the Vizier. It's a Plague Strike off it. That's a really good spell to get. It's going to clear just about everything. Nice use of all of that. Bomb is all charged up. It's going to draw a bunch of cards off the Catastrophe.
Oh.
Problem is for him is that this Marrow Guard is now already on the charge.
And the icing on the cake is Brawn is there too.
I don't think he wants to wait till turn 9 to pull that off, however. Although what he could
has a
do,
Horn
he
of
actually
Winter.
has 2 Horns of Winters, yeah, so he could just... The problem is, though, is that it would need more corpses, too, so it's going to spend the 6 corpses that he has.
Yeah, it's still a lot of damage from the Marrow.
But this Warlock doesn't really have too many options to heal either, so you might just throw the Marrow down, bring him to lethal, which will be taken care of with the Frostworm's Fury next turn. He's going to gain another corpse, I think, with this. Or he's just going to try to take the damage to the base. Push the damage to the base. Now he's going to save the Marrow Guard. I mean, this damage in and of itself is enough to force lethal.
Nope. Not enough. Yep.
All right, so the Frost Death Knight manages to pull out the victory. And that's just the main thing that kind of makes the Death Knight so powerful is just the... I would say, obviously, the location in and of itself is strong, but it has so many, like, really good, and I'm talking, like, really good 3-mana spells or less, that the School Teacher is such a good card.
Yeah, no, it makes things a lot easier, I think. Like, just whenever I've seen people play School Teacher on Death Knight, they get such good options every time.
You got Asphyxiate, you've got the... you got it. I'm sorry, I'm just thinking of Asphyxiate because that's the one that stands. That's the one I'm most traumatized by.
A lot of people use it, yeah, when they get it,
yeah,
the option. But there's a lot of really good options for
Plague Strike,
Death Knight.
that was the one I was thinking of.
Yeah.
to be able to, deal 2 damage and then summoning a body for yourself that also has Rush is quite insane. So now Northeastern Sandwich, the player that won on just a hair in the Mage Mirror matchup that we were thinking shouldn't even be, that some people watching were thinking shouldn't even be here. I think that he earned his place because he was thinking 2 steps ahead of us the whole time.
Yeah, we had no idea where he was going with that, but now he's going to be going into an interesting matchup area with Druid, Warlock, and Mage to deal with. It's going to be really interesting.
I don't think his mage particular, because we know Sandwich, doesn't have aggro mage, he has big spell mage.
It was big spell mage.
Yeah.
The aggro mage was from the last match that we watched. So
yeah, and big spell mage isn't going to be winning against these OTK decks at all. It's going to try to queue into Mine Warlock. So this is
gonna be rough.
a bit of a pickle. This big spell mage has to find something to be as aggressive as possible early on. That's either a Belinda, Barbaric Sorceress is also a good pull.
Eventually that Reckless Apprentice could get nasty, but doesn't have the tools for it just yet.
Luckily, it isn't a double threat in terms of the OTKs. Like, if he was running Mine Warlock and Quest Druid, then this big spell mage would have had the worst time ever. But since this is Imp Lock, then I think Northeastern has a much better chance.
Yeah, no, that's a lot more helpful for him. Because Mind Lock just would be really frustrating. But luckily, he's going to get rid of... Gets a school teacher instead. Let's see. Ego Waffle has some good options here now.
3 damage to heroes brought out by the Flame Imp.
Oh, there's a Rune of the Archmage.
Yeah, my favorite.
Jacob's favorite. It's back. Back again.
It's better than ever before.
Oh boy.
You can play Sanctum next turn. It's never too much of a bad option. That Fiendish Circle is a bit concerning, although it does make the Reckless Apprentice play next turn on turn 4 look really good.
That is
that
very
is a
tempting.
whole bunch of charge toward the Mordesh.
And that would be really nice, because as we've seen, not charging the Mordish at the right times has been very detrimental to some of these big spell mage decks. Ooh.
And it's one of the last times that we can really see Mordesh, because he, along with kind of the whole Pain Mage package, is rotating out as the year of Hearthstone has changed. Wildfire, Reckless Apprentice, Mordesh, Rune gets tossed as well. There's a whole lot that Mage is losing in this next rotation. And I think this is Reckless Apprentice here.
Yeah,
No.
oh, he has 2.
Yeah, he has 2, so he doesn't have to worry about swing since it's too early.
And good board clear there, making the Librarian not useful anymore. Oh.
There are no imps that he can summon here, so he's just going to have to go for the trade in of itself.
Job's done.
Throw a curse to his hand. Just have to go next turn. Finds a Bran. Also has the school teacher available. I have a feeling school teacher is the play. Might want to try to find something that can gain a little bit more.
Anybody?
Gain a little bit more armor. Either this means all the choices are really good or really bad.
Oh, let's see.
Oh, he's got the ice barrier. That's not
All right.
bad. I would think just because of all the curses you go ice barrier.
Yeah, just to get the extra little buffer.
Pick me! Pick me!
Yep.
Yep.
Now, it is given away by the fact it's attached to a Nagali, but it is still there.
Yeah, and regardless, he's going to have to go through it at some point.
Or he could just, you know, not attack at all.
That's true.
And just rely on the curses. It's a trade. All these dragon draws aren't really good. Okay, that's what I would have been hoping for.
There we go. It's going to help a lot, actually.
Just gonna trade both of those back.
No way!
Oh, and the Belinda's a huge draw. That's huge. 10 armor feels great.
That's
Value
really
trade.
nice.
Yep, that Belinda is coming down next turn. That is a pretty good. Is a pretty good curse though. That 6 mana spell he just drew. He could either do that or Tamsin. Either would clear the board. Okay.
So many possibilities.
There we go. Another curse.
Now this is starting to be a lot of curse damage, but I do think you just gotta play Belinda because that is your win condition at this point.
Yeah, getting the Belinda out will be huge here.
There's no really other play that I can see because I think it's just worth spending that 3 health. You'll set up some really big plays, probably a rune you can play next turn. I don't know how much you want to wait against the Curse Warlock. Plus, it just makes a huge, it just makes a very huge threat that he has to deal with immediately. And this Warlock doesn't have anything to deal with the Belinda. At worst, you know, I think this is 10-9 or 9-10. Good. It's going to be a 10-9.
All right.
Raise the amulet back. And that's, I was just about to say, the one other thing that could secure it for him is just having that one extra draw for that little bit of extra armor insurance.
That's really nice there. All right, Dreadlich out.
In fact, what he could do is he could trade that that amulet back, play Bran, and then the 4 mana.
Yeah.
And then that's all the armor you could possibly want. I just do that. That's so tempting to do.
Just the extra insurance armor is always nice.
There really isn't anything to play with. Oh, he's not going to play the Bran with that, however.
No waves can sink this
He's going to go for the standard 1 draw. It's still a lot of armor. Another 10. And you could play the amulet here. Or you could, yeah, put a bit of disruption on the board with the Okani. He's decided to choose the spell counter. Seems like Ego Waffle has predicted that.
Job's done.
Actually, it's the minion counter. Ego Waffle has spent everything on that.
Okani is still up too.
Ooh, I have to wonder how close Mordesh is.
Ooh, that's a good point.
He's going to summon the 2 dragons. Hopefully something with big enough stats. He's going to to get a taunt. That's always nice.
Oh. Alright, 4888. That's not too bad. Actually, yeah, because that does put almost lethal on the board.
And I think that Mordash is either one retreat away. But now this a cool play. It's going to heal him up a bit.
of absolution commence.
Oh no.
Thank you for your
Because it was
service.
countered, the cool play can't go through this one, so he's not going to heal.
Ooh.
So even with the damage, I think this might be it.
Let's see here.
Oh no.
My hand is too full.
Oh, there goes the far watch post. Man, we're not getting to see that one, are we? Not that it was necessary at 10 mana, but we're really liking to discard those today.
Guess you could toss the Abyssal Curses because you can't afford to take that much damage. Play a rune and hope for the best.
Yep. All right, here we go.
No. No! Oh no!
Oh, not the tower. Man.
Well, the tower's now going to make the amulet go off at random, so we can't even choose what he wants. Oh no! And he draws the brand too. Talk about the worst luck. Oh, that's got a bite.
Job done.
That is rough. Now he has to be alive.
Exactly enough.
There
Wow.
it is.
Oh, that stupid tower. How much longer does that thing have to be in the game? The answer is just one more month, but Rune is also rotating out with the tower, but still, I mean, what a useless, horrible spell. I mean, what a horrible spell. I mean, have I mentioned how bad it is? Because it doesn't just terrorize Mage, it terrorizes every Discover effect or randomly generated effect with it, too.
Oh yeah, you're just minding your own business. Suddenly, ooh, 10 mana. That must be good. Tower. Tower. Yeah, that's fair. That one, and the funniest part is it's not even like, it feels like it consistently pops up too. It's like, ooh, you want a big one, right? And then it's just the tower, and it doesn't really work out for you. But we do have, now it's 1-1, so, well, we have a chance of seeing more tower now because both of the mages have to get through. So
and I do not want to have this mage going up against that quest druid. That's just not a matchup that you really win favorably. Man. Not only the fact that was such a bad
that was
rune. That was one of the worst I've seen.
Oh yeah, just
it's the fact that
nothing
he
really went
also
through.
drew the Bran as well. It's like you have no luck and your opponent has all the luck that they could possibly get.
Yeah, no, when Ego Waffle got the actually no, it's Eggo Waffle, you're right. No, when Sandwich dropped the Brawn, you like when he got it, you know he was just excited about the fact that he got that through. So
I must protect the wild.
all right, let's see. Oh, yep. Quest Druid
Break
versus.
through this quest druid. I just hate.
Yep. Oh, look, there's the quest line. So we've got Quest Druid versus Imp Warlock. That's gonna be. Oh, look, it's our favorite. It's the no-fins. The no-fins that have been preventing people from actually getting the imps they want.
Does have the imp swarm. It's only going to summon one imp at the moment. It is better than nothing. He's going to toss 2. Okay, he's going to have a good bit of RAM. The problem is he might not have the early game that he's looking for.
No, he's just gonna have the quest
Oh,
line.
no, he's also got the guidance, so he's got something he can play. I think at this point, yeah, you just have to play the Imp Swarm at rank 1.
You have to have something out there.
2-mana 3/2 isn't the greatest, but it's just something at this point. Going into
Job's
the Moonlit
done.
Guidance. Use the Innervate to be able to play the 4-2 right off the bat.
Care and death.
And get, oh, and Nourish.
That's really huge because now
Oh, he has a very nice ramp up path now too. Let's see.
big thing though is that he doesn't really have anything to clear the board at this point.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, he's got scales now, but he's got to wait on that. That scales is going
Scales
to
is
be really
a lot
helpful.
worse now that this no fins can be used.
That's true.
I think he used that.
Oh, yeah, he better use it now. He's got a backup just in case.
Do all that damage to face. Well, okay. Okay, 6. Oh man, this is gonna be so close.
Ooh. Okay. 2 crystals.
Job's done.
Play the 5-3 out. But he doesn't get the first part of his quest done.
Not yet.
Okay,
yeah.
this Rafam is looking pretty good.
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, next turn. That's going to be nasty.
Now he's going to use another no fins, which makes the scales really bad.
Yeah, just denies any real ability to use that. Jeez.
As long as he has something left on the board, he can buff it up with Rafam next turn and possibly get lethal.
I wonder.
At this point, it's just trying to decide how he's going to try to trade in with the scales. Okay, there's going to be a lot summoned. Remember, there's 2 death rattles on top of that. He's going to try to trade into it the best he can. That's pretty good. It doesn't give a whole lot left for the Rafam to buff, but it is still a complete resummon from the Rafam.
And that's still really nice because there's another board. And that's a really dangerous one there.
Does he have what he needs? Does he draw another scales? Oh, man.
No.
No. This might be the one time where the Druid is left wanting for more mana. I know you're saying, how can that be a 10? But remember,
That's impossible.
These Druids are left. These Druids are used to playing with 20 mana.
Yeah, no guff for them.
Under King's a good draw. That can gain a lot of armor.
You're not getting in this way.
Draw 3 cards. You'll gain the 1 mana in order to play the Under King.
Time waits for no one.
Oh, he's running out of time now. But he doesn't have enough mana.
Scrambling. He's scrambling here.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough mana to play the Under King, which is going to be nasty because that's lethal on the board right now. Unless he can get some armor, but I don't know if he can get enough.
Clear 1. That's not it.
Yeah, that's 6 more, but that's not enough because right now this board is over. I think. Well, okay, he did get Rafan, but nope.
Boom.
And that's it.
Oh,
for him.
so sad. Oh, the Ramp Druid didn't win. That is so disappointing. Oh.
We might have to watch one more though of that because he needs to try and get it through again.
He's got to get that. He's got to get the big Spell Mage too, which is such a bad matchup against the Ramp Druid.
Yeah, so he's probably going to stick with Druid because now the other player is going to be forced to use his big Spell Mage against it, and he's probably going to have more success. That's his hope, at least. We'll have to see if it actually goes that way, but that could be really unfortunate. Just if the quest druid gets set up better.
And also, I kind of want to see a grand final between two different schools, you know. So Northeastern, you know, I got to hand it to you here. You know, you got 2 chances to win. It could be. It also decides what kind of mage this is again. Is this going to be another mage mirror?
No!
Let's bring it on. Come on. I want
No!
Yes, let's
Jacob, no! We can't sit here for another hour watching mages go back and forth.
But there are so many runes being popped and so many spells. It's so great.
It's all going to be towers next time.
It's all going to be towers. Oh.
Not as excited now for
Well,
that.
that still leaves 10 mana of random mage spells you could cast. So at the worst place, I just want to get to the next match and see how things are going to go because okay.
I'm not surprised. He's going to try and get the druid through, and then it's going to be mage versus mage, depending on whether or not this mage can figure out how to deal with the ramp druid.
Yeah, it's going to have to be as aggressive as a big spell mage can possibly be.
Which is pretty hard, but we'll see how it goes. Ooh, that's a
bad draw.
That's
for
a
the
rough.
druid. Okay, that's a better draw.
Ooh, yep. There's the quest.
I don't think you. Now, maybe the evoker.
Yep. Yeah. Just try and get something for it.
Okay.
That's a bit better.
That's a bit better.
And you have the pocket freeze. I mean.
And you got the barbaric sorceress. You could coin that out on 5.
Mm-hmm.
This druid has a lot of 0 mana spells.
That's true. Oh.
If he draws, like, say, the amulet or the Rune of the Archmage, that could be a free one on turn 5.
That would be huge for big spell mage here.
And he can guarantee he can draw it because he's got the 4 mana.
Oh, you're right. That actually might be the play here. No, that absolutely would have to be the play to actually pull it off.
By turn. Oh, and he can delay the druid even more.
It gets the play that we were talking about. All right, far watch post. This is going to stall, too.
Oh, that is great.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that's huge. Even just stalling 1.
I'd say you can probably.
Oh,
Belinda,
no.
too! There are so many good plays!
Oh, get the library
if this mage
out.
can't win off of this, I mean, come on.
This is such a good setup. If he gets it, if it goes in the right order for him. Yeah, that's going to be big if he can. I would throw down the location here. Wait till turn 4 to actually do the spell. Get the location out if need be. Don't waste the mana, yeah.
Okay.
Gives you freezing options for anything.
What is the druid gonna do?
Yep.
Well, he's drawing an Ubercon. That's scary. He's got the Nourish. Okay, bring this out. Draw with it. Play with the. Oh, that could get a really big board next turn. I don't know if this druid knows what's happening.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting if it can be pulled off. As long as those innervates, both of them stay there.
Them.
Yeah.
He might be forced to just spend all of his spells here because he doesn't want the discount to go. Oh no, I think even if he doesn't spend the innervate. Oh no! Coin into that sorceress. Make him pay. Make him pay. Yes, yes, it's glowing green. 0 mana.
Oh my gosh!
I love it. Oh, that's beautiful. Calico stew.
Oh my goodness.
There's a 10 mana innervate for you. Enjoy.
Ooh. Wow. That's so... 2 taunt minions on the board with a 4/12. It's not a ton of damage, but that's a lot of health for a druid to try and get through. Oh, and that innervate is now a 10, so it's just sticking there.
That's a useless card.
Don't touch that unless you absolutely have to get rid of it
Why
for
would
some
you want
reason.
it? For some reason.
For some reason, but that... I would never touch that. Oh my gosh. Wow,
And
that
he can
was
play
so
Belinda
beautiful.
next turn. Now remember, Calicos makes the first spell you play every turn 0, so you could play Belinda and play another spell for free while
oh,
charging
you're
her up.
right.
Yeah, I think you play Belinda here.
Yep, there it goes.
You can freeze the Underking as well, prevent that additional armor gain.
All right, here we go.
It's going
Oh.
from bad to worse.
Oh my goodness.
Now let's
No
summon
way.
2 more dragons, please.
No shot. Wow.
Yeah, at this point, yeah, summon 2
Yeah.
dragons.
Oh, more Calico.
Cobalt is decent for, like, that would buff
There's
up
enough
his
on
board
the
a little.
board, yeah, that wouldn't necessarily be bad. Casting a lot of spells too, so Mage Hand isn't the worst either. I think Cobalt.
Okay, just another Calicos.
Better safe than sorry.
Hey, he's got it.
Because that means that Rune of the Archmage can go through next turn as a 0 cost.
Oh, he's got, he draws Guff now.
That 5 armor isn't going to save you quite. Not just yet. Not just yet. Is
How
that
much damage even is this? This is, I think this is lethal. If not, it's very, very close. It might just be lethal also with the Astalor. I mean, I'd attack all face first before, if you want to use Rune, I'd attack all face first before doing that.
Just in case one of the spells goes poor for you, yeah.
Yeah, he's got it with Astalor. Just go face.
Just do it. Just do it. Come on, this is an incredible comeback for a big spell mage against Quest Druid. Yep. That's enough.
Our gift of the arcane
Wow.
us.
Wow.
What is it with Sandwich right now? He's finding the most impressive ways to win.
This is wow.
Sandwich is just having the run of a lifetime.
I'm just stuck on how incredibly well set up that was.
Mm-hmm.
There was really no way that was going to go through, I think, in his favor, at least that quickly, without that happening the way it did. That was incredible. Wow.
Now we have, now the trend of no school claiming a final outright is going to continue. It's going to be RIT versus Northeastern in the grand finals. We got one match left for today. We'll take one more break and then be back with the conclusion of the third qualifiers for the Hearthstone Collegiate Challenge Spring 2023. Back after this.
I've walked this road, the one foretold would lead us home. Our fates unknown, but time will mend our broken bones. I've held the weight of all these years spent in decay. These times are strange. I never thought I'd see your face again.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Hearthstone Collegiate Challenge Spring 2023, brought to you by NACE Starleague. Well, we have had an incredible run of games so far today, but all good things must come to an end. We are at the grand finals for the third qualifiers. It's RIT versus Northeastern, but not just anyone for Northeastern. We're talking about the one, the only, Sandwich.
Oh, yes, the mighty Sandwich. I love the name, by the way,
I know.
because it makes him sound so less ominous, but the things that he's been able to pull off in this series so far has been insane, especially the last match where he was playing Big Spell Mage against Quest Druid, something that statistically should not have gone his way, and yet because of the way that the cards were played, was able to end, I think, faster than I ever would have expected a game for Big Spell Mage.
He might be just a Sandwich, but with the way he's been playing, he's a lot more of a hero Sandwich in my mind, because he has pulled out some heroic wins. I mean, he won by
Someone
just
get this
one.
man a cape.
He just won. He won a game by just 1 health because he made the play that none of us thought made sense at the time, the Arcane Bolt, that just got him enough to be able to win on the hero power.
That was insane.
Is he going to be able to catch lightning? He's also gone up against RIT multiple times today.
He's probably just like, oh, here we go again
Here we
at
go
this
again.
point. So, yeah, looking at this, there was a lot of RIT plays just in general, both of them making it quite far into this collegiate challenge. And it's the last attempt that they have to actually get into this, too. So
Yeah.
it's a big deal.
Now, this is all points-based, so just because someone doesn't get, like, the grand championship doesn't necessarily mean they're not qualified. It's more of a thing of, you want to get as far as you can. So, still decent for RIT, making their way into the grand final, securing a lot of points. Can take one more look also at just, the lineups that we had, what the probability of everything is going to be. And you can see the class win rates. We have had so much improvement since just the 2 simple bans to Goldshire and the Death Knight location. Hasn't killed Death Knight, the location ban. It's still hanging in there.
Yeah.
Shaman is a different story.
Death Knight had a lot of other variety in it that kept it around the 50% win rate. It was the location that bumped it up to 60% because the rush minions were insane. But because, versus, Evolve Shaman, which really Goldshire was its main trick of the trade, and now that it's gone and they can't get the 11-11 on turn 2, they're now sitting below Warrior. Warrior has something to laugh at now instead of itself.
It is pointing and laughing with all of its might.
Yeah, it's like, now you know how it feels.
Now you know how it feels. All right, we're ready to head into the last match of the day. And once again, this is Epic Mingo versus Northeastern. And both the Death Knights have been banned, so that means we're going to see the Pure Paladin again, which I'm always happy to see.
Pure Paladin's a fun one to watch. It's predictable in a way, but it's very hard to deal with. Like, you know what's going to happen in what order, but because of how strong it is, if you just don't have the cards to deal with it, it's really hard to stop the snowball.
This is why Paladin is my favorite class, is the fact that it's the most fair of the classes. Like, the decks that it usually has to win are just standard board-based decks, trying to buff up your minions as much as you can. There are no really OTKs for one turn. I mean, I guess Shirvala back in Rosticon was an exception, but a lot of Paladin has just been kind of mid-range play style, spending your mana most efficiently, getting as many stats you can on the board, and less frustrating ways to lose against too.
Yeah, and so it'll be interesting to see it again. With both Death Knights banned, we've got also a Rogue, which looks like it's going to be coming out against, if I remember correctly, Big Spell Mage. This might be
Now, they are from the same school, so sometimes schools just bring the same lineup all together.
No, they're from... No, remember, this is different schools this time around.
None may
Northeastern
challenge
versus
the
RIT.
Brotherhood.
No, I mean, Sandwich
you
has
mean,
already
yes.
faced up against RIT,
That's
so they may
true.
have the same players from.
You're right, okay. No, you...
Yeah, this is Big Spell Mage.
Yeah, this is Big Spell Mage. Oh, hi, Mordresh. Just a reminder that he's here and that he'll be gone soon.
2 Reckless Apprentices.
That's not the worst.
I think
Oh,
the
that's
worst
right.
thing
This
for
is the
rogue,
fun rogue. The...
Miracle Rogue.
Yeah, Miracle Rogue.
Which a Watchtower can put a dent in a Miracle Rogue's plans very fast.
This is going to be rough for the Miracle Rogue. Pretty quick here. Yeah, let's see. Far Watch Post? Yeah, that's going to suck for...
So now this rogue has to figure out a way to deal with it now. Is going to be able to with the serrated bone spike. That's pretty good. And he's not even going to take advantage of the discount. It's just taking out the watch post.
Yeah, there's the Evoker.
And another serrated bone spike. Okay.
No.
It's going to be used. Yeah, this is the death. Oh,
Yep,
I'm
this is
sorry. It
Death
wasn't
Rattle.
the Miracle Rogue. Oh, yeah, I'm
was gonna
sorry.
say-
It's so out of the box.
I know. That's why I
forget.
was like, oh, it's the fun one, because this is the guy that has the decks that were just slightly different than everyone else, which means this is... He's the one who had Aggro Mage as well. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Those Reckless Apprentices are not going to look as appealing once the Death Rattle setup is prepped.
Who here can spell?
This isn't exactly the best opening for Death Rattle Rogue. Didn't really have anything to play. Although, at the same time, the Death Rattle Rogue doesn't really do too much before turns 3 and 4, when the cards can actually kick in. I just do a ping with the hero power to freeze it, make sure that the Death Rattle can't go off.
Time runs out on me.
Now 5 mana to play with. At this point, there's a big question of whether he also draws Graveyard at this point
Yeah,
to be able to get the double Death Rattles.
because those double Death Rattles are really helpful for just the Death Rattle strategy working out in his favor. And getting that just horrible combo for Sandwich out where it's just like, well, you got rid of this guy, but suddenly there's a bunch of taunt minions that you are going to really struggle to deal with at first. Oh, now he's running out of time.
He'll be able to choose what he wants to draw. He's going to go for another combo. 9 more and trades that back. A lot of play, but not a lot to show for it. Drop might just come out here. You could also maybe do Okami. I mean, there's 4 damage already chipped out of his 6 health, though, so this rogue is going to be 1 off from just taking him out. I just think the play for the armor in and of itself will charge up his hero power as well.
That's not bad at all. Oh, the Rune of the Archmages are just sitting there.
Okay, here we go. Graveyard is top.
Pick me! Pick me!
All right. Let's see. What do we get? Oh, the Masked Reveler. Well, this one's going to be... That's the nasty one. Ooh, another Far Watch Post.
What
He's gonna
Yeah,
freeze the
freeze.
Reveler, so this rogue is gonna have to use their own resources if they want to use that.
And the
Throw out
far watch
another.
post,
Yep.
yep.
Doesn't make as big of a difference now that we have a lot of mana. Question is, what does he? Oh, Krakatoa. That's not bad.
Am I outnumbered?
He'll be able to clear this
Outplanned?
out. Get 4 damage to face. Set up another crab weapon for himself. Mage is still too far away from the runes to be able to clear this. And now the Masked Apprentice would definitely pop. So this is a pickle here. I mean, what do you play? That's the question I have. Because if you play a minion that allows the Masked Reveler to be detonated, you can't use the Sorcerer's Apprentice.
Yeah, no, there's not a lot of options there. Besides just taking it out and seeing what happens.
Okay, it summons 2 of those.
Just beneath you.
That location is still has its effect going. Or a pseudo-location. The
Yeah.
locations before locations were a thing.
He still has a 4-1 weapon too, which is not bad for some extra damage later on. Yeah, just getting the... Oh.
Okay,
Ooh.
maybe he has something he think can
The
trip it.
demon seed grows in power.
Okay, just face with it, I suppose. Down to 17. I guess you can pop the rune here.
Yeah, this would be... This wouldn't be a bad spot to do that. Freeze Krakatoa to get most of the nasty damage out
Okay,
of the
here we
way.
go, here we go.
Coin, all right.
I want to see a Terra Reality, please. Let's see some wild cards. Okay, Runed Orb. Okay, that's going to add a card to his hand, discounted. Oh,
Ooh.
alright, but it does summon that big taunt.
The skeletons,
Arcane
though.
Freeze a minion. Oh, it gets both of them. Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's a really nice...
Oh, that's
no!
really good.
Oh, the solid alibi. Oh.
He immediately slams that down. That is either a counter spell or objection. I guarantee you. With as fast as that happened.
Yeah, he knew what he wanted almost, like, immediately there. Alright, preparation. What's he gonna cast? Yep.
Another graveyard.
Oh,
Masked Reveler.
she's back.
And then she's back. Oh my goodness. Oh, the skeletons actually might work out here. If it hits one of them, it does.
I feel like... Oh no! I feel like Mingo was like, so, you tried to get rid of my Masked Reveler. About that. And then just put 3 down. Oh, this is a nasty board now.
You don't have a way to silence it, then.
Yeah, I don't... Yeah, none of these decks have had silencing methods, so yeah, that's just gonna sit there.
Okay, he's gonna try to guess.
Alright.
Yeah, okay, it's not objection, so he'll get another.
Alright, here we go. That's the only thing about that is it's gonna, yep, make some more discounts.
And they go off twice.
Oh, okay. That's where you would want it to hit at that point.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No. No. It's infinite resources.
There's so many.
You.
Oh,
Okay, the
Okay.
two wow, okay, that's not the feedback. Actually, Caligos, I mean, he can get the counter spell out of the way, actually.
that's.
Right.
Oh my gosh. It's never ending.
Yeah, there's the counter spell.
Oh my gosh. Oh, ice barrier.
Alrighty. Let's see
Wow.
what we got.
All right. Who's next?
Oh, he's attacking face, so maybe he thinks he has lethal.
Well, he thought he had lethal, most likely.
Well, there are the wicked stabs that he still has. It should all be charged up. There's another
Here we
Reveler.
Back, one more time. Just gonna. They're slowly multiplying too. Brought out 1, now brought out 3, now brought out 4. It's never ending. Oh dear. Oh my goodness.
All replace themselves.
They're all just sitting here going, you will never get rid of us. It is an endless cycle of minions and discounting. Oh my goodness.
I guess the wicked stab too.
Just for that little extra.
Okay, do you just do rune here and hope to high heavens?
Oh, I feel like Reckless. I mean,
It
it would
charge
clear.
up, yeah.
And it would clear the board a bit, because those guys will go off the board, but yeah, won't it it'll overflow his hand with them.
Yeah, that might be the only thing that actually works out about this.
It'll board clear and his hand will overflow a little bit with all the death rattles, but there's 2 more. Just when you thought they might be gone.
It
No.
might just be
Oh my gosh. Look at the side status bar with all the death rattles. Oh, it's like you want to see what anyone else has played? No, not really. Oh my god. And then just Neptulon.
How is this even allowed? How did it come to this?
Oh my goodness.
Well, that's a screenshot for your socials right there.
How's Hearthstone? The Collegiate, like the final Collegiate
Yeah, how's
tournament.
Hearthstone
How's
going?
it going? Well, we have a never-ending cycle of enemies. There we go again.
Here we go.
Is already
What a delightful party.
And they're
What
rushes,
a
so
delightful party.
oh my goodness. You can summon so many. Wow.
Now there's even more.
It really is just a you thought you were done. No.
What a delightful party. What a delightful
What
party.
a delightful party. I'm just hearing it over and over
It's never stopping. Oh, look, a mailbox dancer. More mana. Just Rune of the Archmage. Get rid of them all. Maybe you'll get Tower again. 10 Tower mana. What is this? This never-ending cycle just, yep. At this point, just do it. Be funny. Maybe it'll work out in your favor. You could get Solid Alibi.
Okay. Okay, another ignite. Where's that
Okay.
going? Face is nice.
That's what you want.
Solid there.
That's gonna break them all. All right, round.
Okay, Ice Barrier is good.
First flame. All right. Oh
There
my
you
gosh.
go, another
Oh,
first
another.
flame.
Okay.
It's a second first flame.
Oh.
Oh, Terry Alley, but his hand is full, of course. Oh, he gets juke. What does he have? What does he have? Okay, nothing to it.
Time runs out on me.
The
But they
one
are-
thing you've been looking for.
The one thing I've been looking for.
You know what?
Though
In the finals, though, that works.
You know, Arcane Missiles is still 3 damage to face.
As we have seen. Don't, you know. My hand is. What? No way.
No way. I wonder what you're going to play this turn.
What a delightful party.
Oh my
Delightful
god.
party.
Delightful party.
What a delightful.
What
The
a
thing is
delightful
like, I
party.
think the mage might actually be able to do
What a
this
delightful
because.
Just because the hand is so full, yeah, if they just keep overfilling his hand, he's not gonna have room for anything else, and he's slowly just not accessing his deck anymore. Oh no! Freeze him, do it. Just don't let him do anything with it. Oh my gosh. What is this? This is just... Wow.
That Mordesh would be looking really good right about now.
What to do? What to do?
The funny part about all of this is that, like, as funny as it is, every time this happens, he does get lethal, like, in the next turn,
That
and that's
is
what's
true.
scary about it, and that's why I can understand Sandwich taking so much time. Like, this is, like, as annoying as it is filling up his hand, it is also just making it so he's almost guaranteed to get lethal every single time.
Right.
And it makes it so hard to keep him from, like, actually
What to do?
not having a
Oh,
viable
he's going
damage
for
option.
The Dawn Grasp.
Let's see what happens.
Okay.
wish to match wits with me.
Second flame. Alright,
Another ice barrier,
ooh.
that's pretty big. And the arcane missiles again.
Oh,
The
there we
wild
go.
spell. That is wacky. I think he's timed out of that. He's not going to be able to get the hero power going.
Yeah, I don't think so. More armor. Alright, well, he's got more health. He's been saved from lethal one more time. But there's still more delightful parties, unfortunately. Oh my gosh.
What a delightful
Okay.
party.
There's his rogue secret.
You know, I'm sure this isn't how he wanted it to go. Like, what cards he...
Oh! I think that's it. Is that it?
Might be.
Please be it. Please.
Mordish, please.
Please end this farce.
We need to stop the parties. We don't need more.
I've had too many parties right now. You know what?
I think that's like
I
over
think
20 of that minute.
You could just freeze the board here, completely
Yeah.
lock him out for a turn, and then guarantee Mordish has the
Yeah.
damage for next turn.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it
I
is
think you
now,
get-
you party too hard now.
The party needs to end. It's too much now. Too much. Oh, and just
you can stop the spell from being played as well.
that's a good choice, yeah.
Job done.
All right.
I mean, I don't know what you can discover at this point. I think this mage has gotcha.
Yeah, that was wow.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's going to be just one frustrated hit to the face, and then a Mordish to close everything out.
Wow.
I don't know what it is with Sandwich. Sandwich, you're probably one of my all-time favorite players ever here.
Just for,
every win that you've had has been the most entertaining thing to watch.
Either by your own like hand or just the players you've been playing against. He's been dealing with a lot of random stuff, and it's impressive, honestly, what he's had to put up with here.
He'll do the dancer just to flex.
And then there we go.
And we're still gonna get all the information. All the
We still gotta see him. We can't forget that they're there, okay?
Oh my.
They're always
What a-
there. You can't forget they're always there, Jacob.
Wow. You know, what's made that all the more entertaining, or maybe unfortunate for the Death Rattle Rogue, is Both times he's had Neptulon, the one
Right?
minion that
Okay,
you want
that's what I was thinking.
to cheat out of the deck with the death rattles.
And he's just been sitting there menacingly the entire time. I think it made it funnier that we started not seeing the hand at first, so we were just kind of looking at it.
Yeah, I know.
We saw the cycle, so when they finally showed us the hand, and I was like, oh, okay. So, yeah, that's what I expected. Wait, Neptulon? What are you doing? And I was like, you know what? Of course he's there. He's just reminding us he's there, and he's not going to get used because you don't get to cheat him out for this deck. We're not going to see that. We're just going to see the Dancer and Kobold forever cycle.
It was a delightful party, I gotta say. It was rather delightful. I'm hoping let's
funny.
do it again.
I will say it was at least funny to watch this cycle. Once we realized it was never going to stop, that's what made me go, wow. Yeah, we just have to wait for Big Spell Mage to freeze and get their set up. Oh man. What's scary about this is we might go into one of those again, but we'll get the taunts instead. Potentially.
Maybe.
Or we'll just get an endless cycle. I mean, we've got one of two options here.
All right, so
eventually it'll have
Sandwich
to
now
get in.
has either the Warlock
Oh,
or the Paladin.
Here we
to
go. Round 2 of Death Rattle. Time to
Thing
see.
is, though, is
I think it'll be different because it'll be faster with this deck. Mingo will actually have
Sandwich also has the Death Rattle Rogue, so.
Oh boy.
Wait, I think this might be flipped.
I think it is
yeah,
flipped.
this is flipped here.
No, yep.
Okay,
Let's see.
so.
So Mingo is still running Rogue. Sandwich is running the Warlock.
Yeah, the Warlock that he
Which
has.
makes sense. Yeah, so round 2 of Death
But
Rattle
Sandwich
Rogue.
is still, the scoreboard is still right.
Yes,
The
scoreboard is correct. Yeah, no, this will be interesting. Just because, oh boy. And he's got the 2 Snowfall Graveyards in his hand. I do want to point that out. We do have double Death Rattle territory already. Isn't that just a wonderful sight for Sandwich?
One thing that he can beat the Death Rattle Rogue at, however, is kind of an explosive early start.
Which is true. This is going to be a little bit easier, I think. For him at least gaining control of this board, potentially. Just depends on what we have to play here for Mingo.
He's going to spend his weapon entirely. Impending Catastrophe isn't horrible here.
It's about the same as a tap. Yeah.
Well, it would have drawn 2 cards for 2 mana, which is not
That's
too
true.
bad.
1 for each. And save it for the next time you get it. Which I think he was hoping for, but he just got another impending catastrophe.
Yep. So far as waiting.
Our time is almost up.
See what he has. He has a lot of the graveyards, but no real death rattles to use them with.
Oh my gosh, yeah. No, he needs to get his stuff set up first.
He's not
But-
even going to attack.
Yeah, I mean, what's funny is that this Imp Warlock has some stuff, but has no imps yet. And
Neither of these decks
Yeah.
have what they're named after.
yeah, we've got, Death Rattle Rogue has the setup, needs the Death Rattles, and we've got Imp Warlock here, has the card draw and the setup, no imps. No imps to be found. I like how this is a slow roll game purely because of this. Like, these aren't...
Okay, there's one.
Okay, we've got one. That's a start. What's funny is neither of these decks are supposed to be slow rolls. So the fact that this is happening is kind of funny. Oh, there's a Masked Reveler, though.
Oh, no. Is the party about to start again?
It might be.
But it's not discounting, so it's 6 mana. It's a lot more.
Yeah, not yet. Emphasis on yet. We have to remember.
At least Neptulon is in his hand.
You know what? That's true. Neptulon isn't in the starter hand sitting in the back.
All right, he's got one of the imps charged up now.
Oh,
On
but
the
Masked
Yogi.
Reveler is at 2.
The demon
Oh, and
seed
he's there
grows
too.
in power.
That's, ooh, we've got the taunt out.
So I suppose you could play all those amps. Can't play it with the impending catastrophe, however, so that stinks a little bit.
A little fire never
Get the Librarian out, though.
These books are ruined.
Right, there's 5 mana. Wicked stab
Oh,
upgrades.
no. Yes, it's spell
What
prep
a
too.
delightful party.
There she is.
What she The crab!
The crab! We're getting some variety here now. Krabatoa. And, oh, she summoned a taunt too.
That is true, because the death rattle triggers twice.
Oh, no. Well, it begins a little bit differently, but I mean, Krabatoa is not a bad thing to have out with the weapon. Boss. And another weapon. I love how the death rattle also triggers Krabatoa twice. You just see 2 crabs spinning
Seek
towards
the
him.
demon seed.
Oh no, 2 5/8s.
Ooh, that's nasty. He does have Murlocula out.
2 of them.
Yeah. It's not going to be helpful right now, but... I mean, he could put them down and then put Imp King Rafan out? Just so they get the buff?
Obey me! Mostly.
But those are also some really strong... Those are some strong imps.
Yeah, but
Primate is the problem right now. Well, the 2 5/8s, I suppose.
can't even trade into them. I think the Death Rattle Rogue's got this one.
Am I outnumbered? Outplanned?
Oh my gosh. This is a much slower match overall for both of these decks, but it's going good. Both of them have managed to get decent setups for what they want to do.
Well,
He's
well.
got 20 damage right now. Should he go face completely?
Oh, yep. Gotta make sure. Okay, more taunts. If he wasn't safe at this before, I think he's doing pretty good now. Oh, and then there's a Scourge of Elysium as well. Will he make the dance? That's the question, I suppose. Oh my gosh.
Even at this point, I don't back on.
Warlock doesn't have a lot, really. Yeah, now that Rafan's out.
Still thinking, but I think the overall problem is gonna reveal itself for this Warlock. I mean, all his best plays are behind him. The one thing is, though, is that
Why do you
this
go?
Death Rattle Rogue is low on cards, so maybe there's the possibility that if you manage to clear this board out, you would at least manage to outlast him on resources, because the Warlock can just keep drawing. That's the only way I think Sandwich can still win this.
Does have to get rid of some of these. Ooh. That's 17 damage for the rogue right now, just in there. Yeah.
Which
There,
I
oh no,
suppose.
there we go. There's a Master Dribbler. Oh dear.
Oh,
There he is!
there
Look
he
at that!
finally is.
He finally gets to come out to play. That's not going to be very fun for Sandwich, unfortunately. Whew.
What a delightful party.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
All right, 2 swings with the fists.
Yep.
Time is almost up.
Yeah, I think that last play.
Yep. No, now that he's... Oh, yes, Fiendish... I mean... No, he can't really do much with that right now.
I mean, he could draw all the cards he wants to,
But not have... He's not going to have the mana for it.
you'd only have 3 mana left, and I can't really think of anything at 3 mana that would turn this around. So at this point, I'm glad he's considering all his options, but I think we're pretty much exhausted here.
Mm-hmm.
He goes with the draw. It's going to be a whole lot drawn for him. He draws 8 cards off of it. If he didn't have the achievement you can get with it, he has it now.
The most he can do is put 1 taunt minion down. But... Or a Vile
At the library.
Try and take him. He's gotta be fast. Okay, he does take out one of them.
I mean, to be honest, that is very good.
There we go!
I wasn't thinking of the Vile library, but...
Well, okay, there's the problem. You know, there was an attempt.
That's the perfect way to sum it up. There was an attempt.
There was an attempt. Unfortunately, the Death Rattle Rogue prevailed. It did not need to do the party. No delightful parties were needed, just crabs.
The party is finally over, and I can at least say that.
Just crabs and taunts. Wow, okay. He almost had that, but unfortunately that board clear with no more taunts to protect him from the copious amounts of 5/8s.
So now we're left with a Warlock Mage going up against a Warlock Paladin.
Interesting. So
Now, do I remember correctly, Epic Mingo had a Mine Warlock? I know a lot have been bringing them out, but I do think it was a Mine Lock.
I think it was.
Which would make it, you know, it's not out of the question
he had,
that...
What was it? Aggro Mage. Aggro Mage is what he has. He doesn't have Big Spell Mage.
So it's not out of the question that both of these kind of more aggressively minded decks, the Imp Warlock and the Pure Paladin, could just rush under him.
Yeah, that kind of looks like where this is going to be the breaking point for either of them. Like this next match, whichever one gets it. I think it just depends on the decks.
Of course, we did see...
Wait, was it Cursed Imp?
It might have been Curse Imp.
We've seen too many Imp decks. Like, we've seen too many Warlock decks. That's the gist of this. There's too many Warlock decks to be able to keep them all, track of them. But I do remember this just being... All I remember is Aggro Mage is the one that he has, because he's the only one who's been running Aggro Mage.
Well, let's just find out what he is running, in fact, and get into the next game. This is going to take the person who wins it to a match point. And the choice of overall deck, I mean, yeah, if it's you would think that it is. I would think that it probably is Curse Imp, because Mind Lock would overall just kind of be a little bit too different from all of the others.
Yeah, we'll have to find out though, because it looks like. Okay, he's going with Aggro Mage, and we've got the Warlock going through again.
Yep. And Sandwich also on the top.
Yep.
Epic Mingo.
And they're rolling it back now. Ooh, Cold Case. There it is. Does not have the Frozen Touch spell in the starting one, though. So we'll not be able to start that as quickly as before.
Well, the thing is that it's also going to come down to how well Sandwich can heal and gain armor, because there are only 2 avenues in which he can do it throughout this game, the Murloculas and Tamsin. Both those are going to have to go, because they can't be played this early in the game. That's a pretty good opening hand. That Deathborn, though, I saw that at the very end. Mingo drew that.
Ooh, that's going to be rough then.
And also, this Iron Deep Trog
Yeah.
is kind of a problem.
Honestly, the fact that just the very fact of having that in this deck is so good against like all of the stuff that he's been facing today, because there's been so many spell-based decks recently. So it's been really good. Like it.
Oh, it was he. He wasn't actually thinking of playing the coin, was he?
Oh.
I mean, I guess he's going to think that the taunt's going to keep him at bay. Okay, this is interesting.
All right, 2 Trogs.
You can't stop these snowstorms.
Target freeze. Ooh. Yep, freeze the librarian. Don't let that go through.
Yeah, this is really bad.
Yeah, jeez.
What? This is. Oh no! It can't end like this. The incredible run of Sandwich.
Come on, Sandwich, pull through. Let's see. He's gotta get a card that can help him with this. He doesn't have. Okay.
It doesn't count as a spell, so technically that's fine for him.
It's safe. He's safe for now. There's not really a lot he can do here, except, you know, face damage, but without
That's gonna be
risking
what
the
he
taunt.
does.
Yep.
Oh no, he drew. He drew the Guardian. I think that's a pretty good win condition right there.
Oh.
Yeah, oh man. Oh no. Oh no.
What? Oh, this is a quick snowball. Oh dear.
That's gonna make both heroes take 1 extra damage from all sources, which favors this mage a lot more. There go the Trogs.
Yep. The Trogs were like, "Oh, that's a nice spell that you cast."
That was such a disaster. Oh my goodness.
And unfortunately for Sandwich, the Trogs have more health than the Imps, so if he really wanted to, he can trade into well, he won't even have to trade into it, and they'll just be down. Oh,
and he could just all go face. Remember, all the 1-attack minions technically are 2-attack because of that.
That's
priest
right.
menu.
That's true.
What to do?
Oh. That is nasty. No, he's just gonna.
I don't know why you would trade here. I think. I mean, yes, you do get the 2, but I would just go face, to be honest. Be perfectly honest, I think you just want to take this and walk out.
Murloculus is now getting close to being infused by that. It does prevent an impending catastrophe, though, from being, like, super effective. It's still not the worst option, but not great either.
Yeah, but now the spell damage is going to hit.
My powers are never truly gone.
That makes the Deathborn more threatening. It'll stick to every minion from here on out. the trades. The trades charge up the Merlocula. It's not a bad draw.
Yeah, that's still just a lot of damage.
The thing is, this plays so well into the Deathborn is the problem. Any MC summons here are just going to be Deathborned away.
Oh, you can see he's thinking about. He's holding it. He's like, I know what I'm about to do. Oh, don't put Merlocula down. You're gonna think about it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh no.
He's going to use him.
It's true.
Charge him up with the library. So he'll be safe from the Deathborn. I mean, this makes that Deathborn actually a lot less threatening. It only summons 2 skeletons
That
now.
is true.
But you could also just on the Frozen Touch get an easy 5 damage with that. And he's 1 off. If he's 1 off in damage from it.
What to do? What to do?
No, actually, no. I forgot all about that spell damage +2. The Deathborn actually does clear out the summon. Yeah, it does 4 to every damage. So this is actually a lot better. Okay.
Oh, those skeletons. That's a.
I mean, he can heal up, sure, but
He's gonna have to if he's gonna have to find some way to deal with it. But unfortunately, because of the death rattle, that's just. The healing will save him from being defeated just from board. Problem is Frozen Touch. And all the death rattles have a chance of just... Actually, no, would it? It just barely saves him, but I think that, yeah, no, Frozen Touch would get him. No, even if he heals, it's not going to be enough. He'd have to buff the Merlocula again. Honestly, I think if he wanted to survive here, just, yeah, summon that, put the Vile Library out, and buff the Merlocula to then attack and get the most health you can back. That's the best. Yep.
That's almost a complete heal.
Yeah, that's what you want. That's the best chance you have, realistically.
He doesn't draw a minion, so that's huge, so the spell damage won't apply. Also, it's a question of how many imps are left up because that bartender can buff them up should any stay.
Yeah, it depends on how many survive this.
Oh, and if he's
gonna
attacking into the Merlocula, that heals this Warlock up completely.
It does. He wants to get rid of it, but that's just dangerous, too. Yep. He's gonna try and deal damage with that now.
He can also do no fins plus the bartender to make.
Okay, he might actually have a chance here. Ooh. It's a small board now, though. But he's fully healed up, and that's the important part here, because that gives him a lot of breathing room that he didn't have before.
Can also clear the board with Tamsin. Start shuffling those portals into his deck. Kind of give him that infinite resource.
You could very safely Tamsin and then flame him if you wanted to. Or he has both bartenders, so if you wanted to trade one and see if he got something
I mean, as long as he gets one board to stick.
Yep.
Then I think he's got it. There's one. There's another one.
Ooh.
There's the 30. He drew all 3.
Oh my gosh.
And he draws for 5
too! Holy crud! Alright, this board doesn't need to stick, but if this board dies, the next one is gonna be really... just really bad for Mingo here.
Oh, there's the spell damage.
Okay. Yep. Commander. Oh, it's the commander.
He's going to give copies of all those minions back. Of all those spells back.
Ooh. Yep, there she goes. But Rafon is charged.
He's spending all these spells. Okay.
Rafon is getting close to being charged right now. Ooh. How many does he need? Does he need one more? Yep, he needs one more. He could feasibly take the last Flame Imp to infuse Rafon and then activate the board. And then he has a library too, so he could use the Vile Library to make one of them really scary. And he has no fins too. Take out the Imp, like, get rid of the Imp, infuse Rafon, drop Rafon, Vile Library, no fins. Suddenly you have a permanent board. Like, that's gonna stay. That's a sticky board.
There's also enough spells here that if draws.
Yep. And then the bartender can come out on the next turn if any of these guys get taken down.
Problem is, I don't think he's going to survive to next turn.
Yeah, that's the one problem. We'll find out. This is a scary board, so.
Now with the 2 damage, all those frozen touches deal 5 damage.
You're
now.
right.
That's game. That's everything from hand.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't think you're in a position where you could afford to leave that spell damage up just on a pure survival basis.
I wonder.
Because those 2 infused will make more. So you got, he's probably counting the mana though. He's got 10, 20.
Does he have enough for in hand right now?
He might not.
I wonder.
Let's see, that's 4, 6. He's 1 mana off actually.
Which means on the board, so Sandwich right now on board has
That
more
is
damage.
huge.
Yeah.
That is huge.
Yep. Oh, this is gonna be. This is insane. Yep, here we go. But he has the bartenders still.
Won't stop shattering.
Yep, Arc Splitter. Yep, he's just gonna try and destroy this board.
Oh, he traded. He traded those. That he doesn't get the spell damage anymore.
Nope.
Oh no, he recognized it's a mistake. Oh, Sandwich. How do you keep doing it?
Oh my gosh, yeah, put the bartender out, and there we go. Oh!
In the instant concede. Oh, he's got to protect himself.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Wow, indeed.
How Sandwich won't manage to win that after that initial.
He has this aura.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you when that board was full and there was the 1 extra damage to all hero? Go face!
Uh-huh, I
told you
remember
go
that.
face.
I remember that. Oh. Okay, I'm just happy that when I was sitting there analyzing what he could do, I was like, wait, Rafon and then this and that, and then you were like, no, he's gonna die. I was like, what? No! That's so good, though! And then you were like, wait, he's 1 off. I'm like, yes, okay! I got it right! I'm vindicated! I put my faith in Sandwich, and Sandwich delivered. And now we get to see Paladin. That means we get to see Paladin now for Sandwich. So you get to see the guy who manages to do it, like, just do the impossible over and over and over again, now on your favorite, on Paladin. Pure Paladin.
Paladin to win it. Love to see it.
I feel like he just has this aura, because it's not just his playing right now, it's also because sometimes the other player is making a mistake or just something doesn't work out for them. Because he had the cards, but it wouldn't have worked out if the mistake wasn't made there. And that I just find really, like, funny and just really good just insight from Sandwich to just press on there, because that looked like it was going to go the way of the mage, but he hung on, and the no fins bartender strategy carried him through.
Yep.
And now we get to see Paladin versus Mage.
Thing is, this version of Paladin doesn't run too much healing, however. If anything, it has cards that deals damage to it. So that could be one thing that helps the Mage get an advantage.
Yeah, and this is going to be... He does have Order in the Court in his first hand, though, so that could allow him to snowball this really quick.
I mean, this is almost basically a perfect opening.
This is
for
a
the Fuhrer.
really nice hand, yeah. And then on the other side, though, getting the Arcane Worm and Alchemist right off the bat for Mingo isn't bad either.
But it's also a game you want to play of, you don't want to pick something that would be too useful. The opponent. He's going to toss everything, however.
Oh, full mulligan, okay.
But maybe that pays off, because now that he has the Battle Vicars.
Oh, wait. No, he has the same. Wait, his hand is the same.
What do you mean?
Well, look, he has the same hand.
Epic Mingo?
Yeah.
No, I was talking about
you're
sandwich.
talking about Paladin. Yeah, you're right. Okay,
Those
well,
battle vicars might actually be worth it just on the case that, you know, they managed to discover some healing spells.
getting the spells early would be really nice, just for setup's sake.
A smidge of
He's
this.
going to play that. What does he choose?
All right, time to play the guessing game.
It's a game of what do you want, but also what do you not want your opponent to have.
I will say, watching these competitive matches and people doing the guessing game, I have gotten a lot better at the guessing game myself. I have 100% win rate on my guessing game now, and that has been
That's
really
cool.
nice.
Yeah, maybe the... Oh, he's going to go with the Ignite.
All right. Time to find out what he's going to pick. I feel like Ignite would make sense to pick out of these three.
It's, you know...
Drake fires a lot of mana. The Snowman is
possible. I mean, I don't
It's
think...
possible.
You know it's not
Yep.
the Drake fire,
Yep.
because that's just too long for, for
That's
it
the
to
one.
be eventful.
Yep, and now he's got the Ignite too.
Is he going to coin into the Bannerman? It's tempting. I've done it many a time, coining into the Bannerman, because it's just like, I want that hand buff immediately.
Act now.
It's a nice hand, but I think the Holy Spell will serve him a lot better here. Just getting those... no,
He's
he
going
wants,
to go.
He wants the
He's
buff.
on my side. He feels the need for greed.
He's like, I want the damage.
Oh, that going on to the bot is actually really good.
That is a good spot.
There's going to be a lot of freezing.
Job's done.
Hey,
The
here's-
two libraries, oh
here's-
dear.
Here's the question. What do you manage to buff with the bot? Or do you, yeah, he's going to play the Vindicator.
Comes from within.
That's going to draw an order in a court. That's really good to
yeah.
discount.
Just get that discounted right there. And the Light Rays are already at 5, so that's pretty good with the next couple cards he can play.
He can discount it. If he plays the lowest mana cards in his hand, he can discount that Light Ray by 3 more, and then those will be ready by turn 6 to hit for free.
Which will be really nice, because then Countess will be ready to go.
Actually, by turn 5, he can
What
get
to
them out
do?
there for free.
What to do?
Also, gotta do the shout out for using the Arthas skin too. That
Oh,
shows that
yeah.
he's been playing single player. You gotta beat the Lich King on every classic class.
I really like that portrait. It's a nice portrait.
Alright, we'll see how.
There's the 2 Light Rays. And he's got other taunts to stall out
He's
with,
gonna
too.
try to keep his options
light
open with the
guides
Battle
you.
Vicar. Oh, Holy Maki roll. Holy Maki roll. That's the
Ooh.
ultimate in terms of he can spam that to
That's-
get the
yeah.
Light Rays discounted. I mean, you think about next turn, he can just eat a bunch of sushi and put the 2 Light Rays down.
Okay, I love the visual, like, imagery of that, of just this paladin, like, picking up a bunch of sushi rolls, stuffing it in his face, and then just suddenly 2 Light Rays are just appear.
Of Arthas in particular. chugging.
Exactly. Oh my gosh.
You know what makes it really, if you're playing as Finley and you're chugging all the sushi, that's just wrong. Although there is the Finley sushi skin, which is so delightfully messed up.
Man, yeah, that's...
Wonder.
Whew. No, those Light Rays are going to be really nice in a second here.
The arcane enlightens us.
Oh, he's about to do a bunch of damage to...
Job's done.
And he's just going to go, yeah, about that.
This Iron Deep Trog isn't going to make too much difference, though. You could just trade into that or just say, okay, your board's full anyway.
Exactly. Please just Maki roll and just, like, ignore
Right in the
it.
face of the
Yeah,
Trog,
just
ignore it.
leave the Trog and just eat the sushi in front of it, knowing it can do nothing. Oh, it would be so funny. Do it. That's actually a lot of healing. It would be really good right now. That's 10
Yeah, there we
healing.
go.
Yeah, there we go. And look, the Trog's trying. It can't. That's right, Iron Deep Trog. You've met your match, a full board. The sushi is too strong for you. Oh my gosh. And now the light rays are going to be a new problem. Oh, I love that so much. That's an unfortunate time to play the Iron Deep Trog.
Okay, he's gonna trade damage. Light Ray soaks up 1. He's got an Ignite, which he can get another copy of. He can get another copy of 2 of the next spells he plays. Another copy of Arcane Bolt and of Ignite. Or he might want the freezing. He's gonna go for the freezing. Play Sylvana. Or Sivara, excuse me. It's pretty good board clear, but it's a lot of resources spent.
And the Countess is getting very close to being usable too.
As much as I loved that that sushi play, he's got to find a way to deal with this board.
Yeah, this is a nasty board.
He might want to drop the Battle Vicar first just to see what he discovers off of that.
Mm-hmm. Because it might be helpful.
The only other play would be, using the 6 to cheat out the... But that's very risky.
Oh, yeah. That's
I would bring him down to 14.
I think that would, depending on what... Oh, that's a risk to take against an aggro mage, is the problem. That's just a huge risk.
I just think it's too much of a risk.
I feel like Battle Vicar, C4 Savior. See what you get on Battle Vicar and then C4 Slate. Oh, you're not... Gotta pick.
You gotta pick. You don't
don't
have
waste
time.
your mana! No!
Time!
Sandwich!
Time!
My
Oh.
heart is hungry.
Just gonna... You're gonna...
Remember this day.
Okay.
You are graced.
Okay, well...
Good luck.
Alright, good luck, sir.
Okay, he gets Discover Spotus. He gets something
I
damage.
salute your bravery, man. Alright, let's see how this goes.
Oh, he does.
Yeah. No.
Problem is that it's not targeted. It's going to go to the lowest health enemy. So that 2-1's going to soak up 1 of them. But I think it's still enough.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's got it.
Alright, we have to watch Paladin one more time. One more sushi roll time, potentially. That was a very... I feel like you need the health to sponge that up. I feel like you just try to get the holy spell and maybe buff another enemy, just survive long enough to then pop Countess. I feel like that would have been... Because I feel like Seafloor Savior dredging with that, you could have found something and then buffed it, and that might have been able, like, the better play, I think, there.
Yeah, that's tough. He was definitely thinking about it. Went for the more gutsy play in the end, and it just came back.
I think he also, when he saw the rope, realized he didn't have time to make the decision on Battle Vicar and C4 Slave. I can't say it. C4 Savior.
C4 Savior.
Savior. We're having too many words that start in with the same letter, I guess. But yeah, now we have one more matchup here: the Warlock versus the Paladin.
It's the only game to really go to all 5 of the day, so good grand final match. Paladin versus Warlock. Let's find out what the final result is.
Yeah.
Okay, it is Mind Lock.
Oh boy.
So it's not out of the realm of possibility that Pure Paladin could just rush in underneath all of this. Finding the Mistress of Mixtures is pretty big, though. Okay. He's going to start with the soldier.
A red sunrise.
Makes sense. It's probably going to be answered back by... Oh, it's by Wicked Shipment. He's got that Holy Spell. Seal of Blood is always pretty good. Problem is, I don't know if he can guarantee that he'll have a board for it to be answered with. I mean, he'd have to trade into one of the 1/1s to guarantee that. He goes face. Well, I guess, yeah, you can go face and guarantee you have a board afterwards as well. Since both of the Seals of Blood have been drawn, that does mean that we know that it's going to be Order in the Court. Brought off. Brought off the Vindicator. You could just spend both of them to take the 2/1 out. It's rid of the bigger threat. That also leaves Seal of Blood to be used on the Battle Medic. Alright, I don't think... Oh, man, yeah, I mean, I see that. I see that, but it also leaves your minions vulnerable.
Haven't yet, only at 5.
Yeah, I just don't know. I'd rather put the pressure on, but... this mine deck can get a lot done is the problem.
Yeah, I already see some stuff up there, too, that is going to be kind of nasty. If they get the rest of what they need. I mean, he has the discount and draw.
So many possibilities.
He's got the explosive sheep, too, for board
More bones to gnaw on.
This hand is really nice for Epic Bingo right now. The Bannerman wouldn't be a horrible play here, though, now that there's the light rays.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Though you might want to just getting the bonus out on
not
the...
too heavy.
Okay,
Ooh,
that actually leads to some interesting possibilities. On turn 5, you can play her, and then the Seal of Blood. If you manage to get both light rays down to 0, then you're guaranteeing they have Divine Shield. So actually the Vindicator might be the play here. Because then he'll be all set up for a really good turn 6.
Yeah.
Or he could just do one Seal of Blood here. Getting a 5/5 with Divine Shield, he needs to do damage to this Warlock's face. So I'm actually for doing the Seal of Blood here. I don't think you do that combo right now. You just don't have those light rays down to low enough health.
Just wait a second. You got a little. He's got a little bit more time for it.
Okay, he's gonna go for it.
Okay.
To drop life than staunch.
Okay, that's risky. I mean, that's too vulnerable though. That dies to the sheep. Or he's also gonna have the null for that. That's just...
Yeah, he's got options right now.
Yeah, I just don't know why you do that play. That's gonna get taken out.
Let's see.
So many possibilities.
Well, there's 2 mana left. And Mingo has to recognize that he has to clear this Liadrin.
Almost out of time.
Gonna trade one. Still leaves enough mana for him to clear this. Whoa, what was that? What was that?
My heart
Hello?
is pumping.
What?
Remember this
Hello?
day, for you are graced with my
Hello?
presence.
McFly? Hello? Is anyone there? You could have cleared the best minute.
Oh boy. This is wow. What happened there?
I am so stumped. There have been, what I think, at least from my view, there have been misplays back and forth.
Yeah, this is strange. Strange match we're watching here right now.
I mean, at this point, yeah, I think you play both like here. Or he's getting in. Okay, yep. I see a board clearance. Yeah, well, no, there is enough. You use the Samson.
It's definitely possible. Ooh. Just make sure you just gotta see it this time. Just gotta do it.
I wonder.
Side effects? No. Trust me.
Okay, does 2 damage to that.
You know nothing of that.
Okay.
Allow me
Go.
It's not out of the realm of possibility that this Warlock can still be taken down.
Yeah. There are still the legendary invitations down there. That's the main thing. Oh, and they just got healed.
Listen. Thank you
that
for
out.
your service.
There goes the board, but I like how the Bannerman is the one thing standing. Like, there's all these crazy creatures and people and, like, important people, and then just the Bannerman, the lone survivor.
Now the Bannerman actually still being up could be quite crucial because he's still got the Seal of Blood. That's or damage. If you have gained 15 or more, no,
Nope.
neither of these. Okay, that's a pass. That's a pass on that one.
Gross, yeah, that's
You
not
might
a...
Want to get a King Crush, maybe an Olgra. Okay, let's see what we get here. Krakatoa, okay. That's damage to face.
Yeah, that Krabatoa is probably the best there. Yep,
Yeah, you
one
can
more.
trade into the Imp, the 3/1.
Yep, alright, let's see, what's the final...
Tess, a Nubricon.
A Nubricon might not be bad.
Yeah, it gets in a possibility where this warrior legendary could actually be brought out. Yeah, I guess you play that.
Oh, and then Tess. Going to play... Oh, play those cards, then play Tess, and it'll replay some of them. I see. That makes sense. But...
This Warlock needs its 1 extra card to finish this off.
Yep. Alright, and then more board opportunities. Okay.
He's going to draw 3 cards. Probably finds it in this.
We'll find out.
Nope, he doesn't find it there.
Ooh.
Has to discard the Fiendish Circle. I mean, still in the realm of possibility. If he has 2 copies of that 3 mana, that's 10 damage in hand.
What is taking so long?
With the unbuffed Crab Claw, that's 1 damage off. This has to be a board clear.
Haven't heard of me?
Yep, okay.
I must hasten. Thank you for your service.
That.
Board clear.
Thank you for your service.
They need...
You know, Stoner Vindicator. I have to wonder. Okay, he'll get 2 there. That's still one off, though. Unless I'm not seeing something.
True strength comes from within.
Oh, it doesn't deal damage to the other minion. What I'm saying, it heals it to you. Yeah, this is... Yeah, I think
this goes...
this is game.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, oh. Gets the... Yep, okay. Here we go.
I think that does it for Epic Mingo.
Yeah, there's not a lot he can really do here. Like, he has everything. He needs one last thing for it. He's got everything almost set up. Oh, man.
Shovel off.
The most he can do is just try and keep this board
There it is.
clean.
There it is. That's what he's looking for.
Oh. There it is. Okay.
Doesn't have enough mana to pull it off this turn, however, but I do not see what this paladin can do.
Really? It's not too heavy.
This paladin is...
The only thing I see him trying to do is just heal himself or get some spell,
Yeah, but you can't
it's
heal.
not enough.
You can't heal yourself out of the OTK from Mind Lock.
No, there's not enough. I would say go for the Battle Vicar. Just get the Battle Vicar because you might get a holy spell that could help. You never know.
I don't think there are any holy spells that would get you out of this situation, but I do agree with you. He's going to put the Seal of Blood back on one of them.
The problem is, here comes the thing we've been waiting for.
Yep. That's it.
There it is.
Scent of death.
More damage. Each one gets it.
Yep. There we go.
Just waiting for the final parts to play out.
And there it is.
Wow,
No.
sandwich. Yep,
Don't need
we
to
get
keep
the,
going.
Yep,
No!
there it is. Wow, that was well played by Epic Mingo. He got it. Sandwich, I get, for all the spectacular plays we've seen from him, that one Paladin game just seemed very off to me.
It did. I feel like that was definitely, there was some interesting stuff going on with the plays. That there was a couple things I feel like if they had been changed, probably would have helped him a little bit more against the Warlock, though it's really hard to get that if your board gets messed up, and that is what ended up happening. The Legendary Invitations just weren't what he needed to really push forward with that, so I think in the end that was just both a little bit of weird misplay and some just in general unfortunate randomness by the Legendary Invitations there.
Right. Well, overall, congratulations to RIT for getting the most points in this qualifier. They secure their victory, and I'm sure that means that Mingo is going to be moving on to the next round or the grand finals with a lot of confidence. We'll see if we see any more from these other universities since they all do get points from this point on out. But we'll be back to you in April with the final conclusion of this tournament. Or I think it might actually be next week, excuse me. I keep saying April, but if I remember correctly, I think it's next week. So,
yeah, we'll be back pretty soon with the final tournament for everyone.
Well, you're not going to want to miss it, but thank you for watching. We'll close things out now for the NACE Hearthstone Collegiate Challenge. Enjoy some of the top plays from the game, and we'll see you next time.